Good evening, gentlemen. So here we are doing a live cast tonight, a podcast, a live stream, one of those bloody things. And we are going to be talking about the deep state. I'm here with Willie Rowe, whom you all know, and who has been busting his ass at real life right now. Hasn't been on the internet much. Over the past few weeks, the deep state has shown its true face. The liberal media, who are in the employ of the deep state, have openly started glorifying the fact that they are going to try and overthrow the not democratically, screw democracy, the legally elected representative of the United States, President Donald Trump. And I wanted to start this off. The plan for this podcast, we're going to talk about serious stuff for about half an hour or so. And then we're probably just going to devolve into typical, live stream friendliness. But I want to start this off with a quote, which I got from Quintus Curtius, and you can find the link to him down in the description. And it's from Small Wars Journal, a mainstream military academic journal. And I quote to you: "Plutocratic insurgency represents an emerging form of insurgency not seen since the late 19th century Gilded Age. It is being conducted by high net worth globalized elites, allowing them to remove themselves from public spaces and obligations, including taxation, and to maximize their ability to generate profits transnationally. It utilizes lawyers and lobbyists and corruption rather than armed struggles, though mercenaries may be employed, to create shadow governance in pursuit of plutocratic policy objectives. Ultimately, this form of insurgency is representative of the challenge of 21st century predatory and sovereign-free capitalism to 20th century state-moderated capitalism and its ensuing public welfare programs and middle-class social structures. It can be viewed as a component of dark globalization that, along with the emergence of criminal insurgency, is now actively threatening the public institutions and citizenry of the Westphalian state form." End fucking quote.
Wow, that's deep.
That is an academic journal of the armed forces of I believe, the United States. The very minimum, it's NATO. Wow. Craig, have you ever played Command and Conquer?
A little bit. I got interested after somebody with that great video of you was Kane, so I played a little bit.
I mostly played Command and Conquer Generals, which was more of a spiritual successor. But if you go on YouTube and you look up the original videos, the intermission videos, right, of the first game, there's the GDI, the Global Defense Initiative, and there's Nod, which is Kane and all the evil bad guys. Now, the really interesting thing about this is that they were not trying to write a political narrative. Okay, these were just a bunch of software programmers going with their gut, coming up with a simplistic narrative that would fit a cool little military game based upon some magical resource called, I don't know, the lithium crystals or whatever that you have to harvest. But in the plot of either side, like they're kind of congruent plots, whichever side you play, the GDI is basically the military and the FBI. Good, honest soldiers trying to do a soldier's job and keep global stability and peace. And the Brotherhood of Nod control the media. And they are trying to sow instability so that they can take over in the resultant chaos. They are the CIA and the State Department. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now with the deep state. They have come outright and said that they are actively seeking to undermine Donald Trump. Rouge V did a video about this. I think it was today that he did it. Might have been yesterday. And my good friend, Red Gulls Jeffrey, redgulls.com, the link's down below for all of this. He did a post about Edward McMullen and how he is helping the deep state undermine Donald Trump. Now, I'm sure you remember McMullen McMullen entered the presidential race at the last minute when he had absolutely no help of winning. And all of us were saying, why is he committing political suicide doing this?
Right.
Well, as Roosh pointed out, you don't ever leave the CIA. You're always in the CIA. You know, it's like the mafia, good pay, bad retirement plan. And so Red Gull's Jeffrey posted this picture of McMullen. And it's right on. I wish I could show it on the screen right now. But he says, Evan McMullen spends his time in Iraq as spent being an operative, going undercover to gather intelligence. But let's take a closer look. And he takes a picture of McMullen in Iraq. And, all right, and there's a bunch of dots. Spotless M4, no optics, no evidence of it ever being fired. M4 magazine taped together with silver duct tape. Immaculate load-carrying harness, never been used. Fresh from the laundry, long-sleeve button-up. But most damning of all, dust cover is open on the rifle. Are you familiar with this practice?
No. Please explain.
Okay, so the AR-15 series of rifles has an ejection port cover. You can call it, that's a correct term for it. I'm going to be anal here. It's ISX military. And what it is, it's this little flap that anytime you shoot a round, either if it's a semi-auto, or sorry, if it's like a bolt action, not even semi-auto, a semi-auto or an auto will automatically eject the spent casing and load a new round in. And so on the AR-15 series, there is a cover that it just has a tiny little spring that it will pop open as soon as you fire it to eject the round.
Right.
Now, that cover is there to close up over top of the bolt for when you're not using it, so that you don't have a giant hole in the side of your gun, allowing dust and microbes and homeless people to wander into your gun's chamber.
Common sense.
And just listen, I'm hardly spec ops. All right, I'm a pretty damn good shot, but I'm far from spec ops. And it is absolute instinct that as soon as I'm done firing, my right index finger moves from the trigger to close the damn ejection port cover. And here's this skinny pencil neck posing for a photo with his goddamn ejection port cover open. The ejection port cover is the #1 thing that ruins action movies for Army guys. We all start getting angry when somebody leaves their ejection port cover open. You know, it's as bad as that chain of ammunition that never runs out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this right.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was in this. I was just pointing in the comment. I've heard that as a aspiring filmmaker who's done short films. I've heard that so many times where it's like, Craig, when you make movies, please show guns right. Hollywood does it wrong all the time.
Oh, it's so damn easy to use them. Hell, you know, like if you've read Broken Roads, honestly, man, there's no such thing as a story without plot holes.
True.
But you don't notice the plot holes because I write it well enough. You know what? It's like Star Trek. It's complete bullshit science. But we ignore it as long as you never transport through the shields. And if you can get the basics right of guns, then we'll overlook everything else. Everything else will overlook it if you get the basics right. Mm-hmm. I think they call it suspension of disbelief or something.
So we're to all future filmmakers. If we're going to shoot guns, do what David just said. Have the shootout or whatever, and then right after, just have a little close-up of the guy's finger moving over to close that. You'll make everybody happy.
Oh, seriously, if you put that in there, people will like get a boner saying this is the best action scene. Just do it in the side, you know? Like while he's saying something else, he closes the ejection port cover nonchalantly like he doesn't even know. Now, anyway, the point of all of this is, with McMullen, this bloody traitor to the Union that entered it just to undermine the popular candidate for the sake of his masters. This global conspiracy, and listen, I've been playing Silent Storm. It is not Thor's hammer that we're dealing with. It is not Blofeld and Spectre we are dealing with. And it sure as fuck is not the OSI and Brock Sampson that we're dealing with. Our enemies, these scumbag traitors to civilization that want to destabilize the globe, are pathetic beta males like Evan McMuffin and race trading psychopaths like George Soros.
Oh God. But isn't that the picture, the perfect analogy to continue this conversation? Isn't that the perfect analogy for how the deep state has been failing this past year? First with they got Brexit wrong. Everybody said Brexit was going wrong. Then they fucked up the election because Trump still won despite everything they threw at him, and he's still fucking winning. That photo is just shows how incompetent they are to the details and why they're losing right now, and why I personally think they're in desperation mode. If you're the deep state, you don't rip off the mask. The fact they ripped off the mask, I think, is a sign of desperation.
Oh, they are absolutely losing. Now, the important bit to consider is that there is nothing more dangerous and violent and frightening, honest to God, than a gamma male.
Yeah.
Like these people, again, I wish we were going up against Blofeld. I wish we were dealing with Thor's hammer. Okay? No. We are dealing, you know what? Thunderfoot. Okay? Imagine if Thunderfoot were in charge of this conspiracy.
Oh, God.
That miserable sack of shit.
Sorry.
He would rather the entire world burn in nuclear fire than he ever admit that he's not the smartest man on the planet. Yeah. And that is the quality of human beings that we are dealing with right now. We are dealing with snoops and spies. And like, listen, I don't say spy like James Bond. Okay, we haven't had spies like that for a hell of a long time, you know? If spooks were ever James Bond, they sure as hell aren't now. Good luck. Even Fleming was not a spook. Ian Fleming was an SAS officer, wasn't he?
Yep. So he was.
Yeah. Yeah, and he wrote books as if spies were SAS officers. No, this is the neighbor, the creepy old woman neighbor that steals your mail and steams it open and snoops through it and says, "Oh, they gave it to me by accident." That's what the NSA is. That's what the CIA is. That's what the frickin' State Department is.
And God bless the God Emperor. If you saw his press conference, he openly basically said all this, like, how the hell are all these leaks going out, these illegal leaks getting out? He's exposed them. God bless him for that.
God bless Donald Trump.
Yes.
An imperfect man for certain, like all of us. Mm-hmm. And you know what? This is what Grandma the Gossip relies upon, isn't it?
Yes.
Grandma the Gossip is the most monstrous person in the neighborhood, yet all she does is spread rumors about, like, you and your wife just got STD test. I don't know, whatever thing she stole from your mail. She starts spreading rumors about that thing. When it's like, hey, get out of here, that's private. You know, right. Maybe I sat on a wooden toilet seat. Maybe I got butt cancer from a wooden, you know, it's like, no, that's private freaking business. I'm not claiming I'm a perfect person, but get out of my mail. Stop snooping, you creep. These creeps snooping upon us and threatening us and trying to get us hate speech and funding Black Lives Matter. These scumbags are the worst human beings on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's disgusting. It's so depressing. It's like you said, Davis, it's so depressing to think these are our enemies. You know, you want to be the idealist and you want to be the happy warrior going against. I just watched a documentary before this. We'll talk about more later on the Third Crusade and the rivalry battles between Saladin and Richard the Lionheart. That's not our enemies, and that's not what we're facing. We're not Patton versus oh wow, what was his name? The German general, tank commander. Rommel. We're not Patton versus Rommel anymore. We're, like you said, Donald Trump versus Snoopy Grandma.
Well, and didn't Patton die from poisoning shortly after the war when he called out saying that the Nazis weren't our real enemies?
Yeah, he said we fought the wrong enemy. We destroyed the last civilized country in Europe. And yeah, they got rid of him for that. But they can't do that anymore. That's the amazing thing. They've exposed themselves. If anything, I think they know this. If anything happens to Donald Trump, nobody's going to believe it was accidental or natural. Nobody.
Oh no,
they've exposed themselves.
Listen, the entire premise, the one thing holding us back is that we believe in legitimate use of force.
Yes.
And the entire premise, I don't like the word democracy. Democracy is overused as a BS term. It's like, what the hell is capitalism? Capitalism is buying the latest goddamn iPhone, apparently, and supporting communism. No, the structure of the United States government, as flawed, as imperfect as it might be, it's still a legitimate system that legitimately elected Donald Trump. There was there was a lot of voter fraud, but it went in the other direction.
Right.
And there was a lot of every questionable thing there was no questionable benefits to Donald Trump. All the questionable benefits were in favor of Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Donald Trump is absolutely 100% the most popularly elected and legitimately elected president in the past 50 years.
Absolutely.
And if they are trying to undermine him, they're saying they do not respect the very statutes which grant them the authority to use lethal force in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about goddamn time.
Yeah.
It's about goddamn time. Here in Canada, we got Truvada Trudeau. That man is owned by Chinese business interests. Okay, he is the difference between him and a cartel figure down in Mexico that actually runs the Mexican government because the CIA put the cartel motherfucker in power. The difference between him and Osama bin Laden, who was also put in power by the CIA and who completely destabilized the Middle East in his own way, while the Bush family, starting with Preston and then Bush and then Bush, the difference between him and them is that he dresses like a fop.
How is Trudeau's pussy after he met with Trump? After he got fucked by Trump?
Oh, Canadians are all worked up over a murderer they're putting in prison right now, so I haven't heard too much over it. I will tell you that conservative radio was whining about how maybe women pay a pink tax in Canada because they pay more for underarm deodorant.
Oh God!
Conservative radio.
Ugh.
Canada is very, very cucked right now. But that said, not all of it's cucked.
Right. I wanted to ask you about that, Davis. I saw it about maybe 2 weeks ago. You would know more about this. There was there was supposed to be some kind of election earlier sometime this year or something, and Trudeau called it off, and he said he was afraid like alt-right type parties would win. It was like you were supposed to go to a parliamentary type system or something, and Trudeau called it off because he was afraid the wrong elements would gain, something like that. Or did I misread that?
Canadians can have an election whenever the hell they want. It has to be, now forgive me, it's either 5 years or 6 years, I forget. But they have to have an election every 5 years. But if they want to have an election sooner, they can have it. And so Canadians get really angry whenever there is an election. It's like, fuck you, we just had one. We don't want another. Just do your damn job. And right now there's a figure from, I believe it's on the show Dragon's Den. He's stylizing himself as the new Donald Trump. I'm not convinced that he is. Like, here's the thing. Donald Trump, he is not some sort of Iraq war vet. Multiple decorations. He's a businessman that got a loan of $1 million and turned it into $1 billion, which is very, very impressive. But I'm more impressed with the guy that, like took 2 bullets and then still carried people out of the combat zone. Yeah,
it's a manly thing. Yeah. Understandable.
I'm not entirely convinced this Canadian version of Donald Trump is even Donald Trump. I need to see a little bit more. I have some, like, there's too many goddamn millionaires out there right now. All they did was speculate money on the damn market, which is really frickin' easy when you have a trust fund, really hard if you're you or me. And they got lucky. And then they decided they were gurus and started telling other people how to make money, and they made $1 billion being gurus. So I'm not sure if we have a Canadian Donald Trump just yet. But Canada, I don't know, man. Canadians are still really afraid of speaking the truth, and they think that doing whatever CNN tells them to do is rejecting America and being independent.
Yeah, I actually had a conversation with it was at the second or third Mencken Club, HL Mencken Club meeting, and there was a Canadian there, and he said the sad thing about Canada's identity, it doesn't really have identity other than not being America at this point.
The sad thing is we had so much identity. We have so much identity, except we've thrown it out in favor of what CNN tells us we should be.
Interesting.
That's the damn irony, is that Canadian identity is CNN, which is a freaking American, it's a toxin from America. That is good. Like, don't get me wrong. I am still thinking about immigrating and becoming a full-time American, and I do love America. But I know what Canada is, and as similar as we are, what Canada actually is very, very different from America. It's complementary. We are great neighbors. We are brothers and sisters, but it is sure as fuck not CNN.
Right.
CNN is a little bit of toxicity that you Americans have to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately. No, I can understand that. When I was in Italy in 2008, I actually experienced most anti-Americanism in Italy, and I asked the guide professor, like, what's going on? He goes, well, at the time, every Italian thought America was Jersey Shore. All those obnoxious drunk assholes going everywhere and just ruining the cultures they went to. So I can understand, like, our toxins, other countries see our toxins as us. So I completely understand that.
Well, and Jeff just said Australians feel more kinship with Canadians. Yeah, you know what? Canada and Australia are actually like the two, like, the reflection countries. It's really funny. Is Australians are loudmouths and Canadians are soft-spoken. In Canada, everything that's like every big thing that exists wants to kill you, whereas in Australia, it's all the tiny shit wants to kill you. The big stuff is fucking whatever. You go punch them in the face; they don't care. We're both complete alcoholics. We both, despise the British for not speaking English properly. There's so many reflections, and yet listen, I just got back into Canada, so I've been hanging out with my mom a lot. So my mom thinks Australia is very right-wing because all of her friends in Australia are very right-wing. And like,
right.
No, Mom, no, Australia is majorly cucked, and so is Canada. And it's hard to get a beat on things because Canadians, we are polite. We, frozen north, you don't piss off your neighbor because you might need his help.
Right.
And B, we are very, very cucked and brainwashed. I've seen hardcore right-wingers get offended when I suggest that we take any of these people that disrespect the Queen and the law and hang them from a fucking lamppost as per the dictates of justice. They're like, whoa, whoa, dude, that's hate speech. Man, you're a firearm course instructor. Stop acting like a faggot.
Now, do you think Canada might change a bit if somehow you were able to get rid of all the hate speech laws there?
Actually, you know what? I love the hate speech laws.
Really?
I almost hope this damn law against offending Muslims gets passed, because I'm going to walk into the public square and I'm just going to start reading from the Quran and from the Talmud.
Oh.
And see which one of those gets me arrested faster. God damn it. Like, I don't hate Muslims or Jews, but I'm just saying, like, their holy books say what they say, and both of them are blaspheming Christ. I mean, you know what? At least the Muslims pretend to like Christ. The Jews glorify in Christ boiling in his own excrement.
All right. Yeah, I tell conservatives that all the time. It's like, no, Muslims actually view Christ as a prophet. And no, he wasn't the savior, but he was a prophet that was teaching God's law. He just taught the incomplete God's law. That was Muhammad that finished it. Jews see him as a fucking sorcerer who's boiling in his own excrement, like you said, and his mother was Mary was a whore. If you read the Talmud.
You know,
I'm gonna get you arrested, Davis. I'm sorry.
Islam, honestly, it comes off like. Have you ever met one of those Indian guys that's really into hip hop?
Oh, thankfully, no. Please go on.
It kind of reminds me of that. If you've ever had a histrionic Indian, I actually had an Indian argue with me at a party that because I said I acknowledge that there's probably some really good hip hop out there, I just hate hip hop and I'd rather listen to classical. He said, "Well, you're being ignorant. You need to listen." And it was like a 30-minute freaking argument about why I needed to listen to hip hop.
Oh God.
And it's like some histrionic Arab that had demonic possession problems decide he was gonna, instead of being demonically possessed, he was gonna found a fucking religion. And so he's like, "Oh yeah, that Christ guy is really cool, and that Moses guy is really cool. They're all really cool. Can I rape a child now?"
Oh God. Oh, thank God you're not in Britain right now. You'd be so arrested.
Hey, you got to go to jail, mate. That's hate speech. Also, you know what? Butt sex does not produce children.
And this is the common filth section of the broadcast, folks.
You know that Common Filth got kicked off of Bandcamp?
He did. I was wondering, did he just go away, or he was literally banned?
He was kicked. Well, from what I hear, he was kicked off of Bandcamp, and he's been pretty dark the past, like just dark online the past couple of weeks. Hasn't really been on much. Tweeting a little bit. I don't know more than that. I'm not friends with him on Skype. But like, what the hell has Common Filth done? Well, I guess he spoke the fucking truth.
Right. You fuck dogs! You fucking white people fuck dogs! I'm sorry, I had to throw that.
Man, like, I really... The fact that, you know, Vox Day had a really good post today. And you better click Vox Day quick because he posts about like 12 times per day. So, you know, it's going to be on page 3 by the time you guys see it.
I don't know how he gets his books done because he's fucking on his website all day.
Me neither. You know, I do love the oatmeal. He had that one episode where he says like sometimes he doesn't post for a long time because it's like breathing. You need to inhale. And I feel lazy as hell when I'm not posting stuff, but you know, sometimes I need to go play Silent Storm, and I'm going to be making analogies to this damn game for like the next 2 months, guys. That's my breathing in. Okay, that's my breathing in. I need new ideas, new connections. Like I can't just keep saying feminism is stupid every freaking week.
Right.
But anyway, he posted about basically like these lefty Jews, these atheist Jews, these porn Jews, these Jon Stewart Jews that pretend to be white. They are the George Soros Jews.
Right.
George Soros worked for the Nazis seizing Jewish property. What a piece of shit.
Definitely.
This guy, the reason he doesn't believe in God is because then he'd have to seek redemption or burn in hell.
Yeah.
And you know, if there's a gamma male on your front lawn and you hold a shotgun up and you say, "Get off my front lawn," he'll start walking towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Because he refuses to believe in the shotgun because it's too scary. George Soros subjected people to absolute horrors. He aided and abetted putting his own people to horrific deaths.
Right.
And he cannot admit that. He cannot allow that thought into his head. So he is going to destroy everybody in his vainglorious attempt to build heaven on earth.
Yeah. Well, the atheist Jews like him were having a conniption fit this week, but it's how well off Bibi Netanyahu and Trump met this week, and how much Netanyahu praised Trump.
Yeah, I know.
But actually, I can go on a tangent if you allow me, Davis.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know if I read an article. It was an article or somebody just posted on Facebook. You mentioned the Jon Stewart. Oh, we're white when it's politically savvy for us Jews. The difference between Israeli Jews, who are pretty hardcore, and American Jews is this. Israeli Jews understand the friend-enemy dynamic in this sense. You say what you will about Israel. I have a lot of problems with Israel. But they are a little thorn in the Muslim side in the sense that they are surrounded by enemies. Because they're surrounded by enemies like that, they understand reality. American Jon Stewart Jews are the most pampered fucking assholes on the planet that Earth has ever seen. And so they they can't understand that friend-enemy dynamic the way somebody like Netanyahu does. And so they're trying to destroy their fucking friends at this when they really shouldn't be.
You know what, metaphor. If you've got a friend that is going through divorce proceedings, he's allowed to act a little shitty every now and again, ain't he?
Right.
And if he gets drunk and calls you a fucking faggot and then storms off, you know, you forgive him because he's going through a goddamn divorce.
Right.
Whereas if your sober friend with lots of money and a nice car that comes over to your house and you make him a steak dinner and then he says you're a fucking faggot and then he leaves while sober, you say, fuck that motherfucker. That guy's an asshole.
Yeah, perfect analogy.
Yeah, I've got some issues with Israel as well. I mean, like, what country do you not... Good, and honestly, are the issues with Israel... All right, pull yourself out of NATO for a second. Look at America from anybody else's perspective on the planet. This schizophrenic fucking country changes its goddamn foreign policy every 8 years, and their foreign policy usually involves murdering a bunch of people that aren't them.
Right.
Yeah, honestly, if you're going to have a problem with Israel, you got to have a bigger problem with the United States, or at least the deep state and the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you know what? I want to expand a bit more upon this. This is a global threat.
Yes.
There was an FBI leak on 4chan a few months ago, which it wasn't a real FBI leak. You don't fucking know. But I'll tell you one thing that really stood out is the big thing this guy was pushing. His big message was, stop looking into the Podesta emails. That's not where the real information is. Look into the Clinton Foundation. And you know what? That bore fruit. That tree bore fruit. So this guy, whoever it was, seemed to know what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah.
And this guy said, like, somebody asked him, like, why don't you just come clean with all of this? And he said, like, listen, dude, if we come clean with all of this, it's going to be civil war in the United States as well as war internationally. The amount of criminal behavior that has gone on. And let's take one example, the Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
Now, right now, Russia is trying to take over the Ukraine. They did take over the Ukraine because they wanted access to a particular port to ship out oil. And the people that built that oil field, well, actually, one of them does have a connection to the Trump administration. Putin is a nationalist, but he's also a bit of a gangster. You know, he's not a scam artist like Hillary, but he is a gangster. He will do whatever he needs to do to make himself and his people rich.
He's ex-KGB, of course.
Yeah. He's not a friendly fellow. He's not somebody that I would like to play chess with. Not without a shotgun strapped to the bottom of the table. Now, the Ukraine. So he's trying to take over the Ukraine. And supposedly the Ukraine doesn't want to be taken over. Except, who the fuck has been running all the newspapers in the Ukraine for the past 50 years? The CIA.
Right.
The United States has controlled the media in Ukraine. And you know, it would not surprise me in the least to find out that the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, was entirely controlled by the CIA as well. or at the very least, is controlled by the same damn people, same damn connection, same damn network. If all of this comes out, like right now, the South is very, very close to a race war.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh no.
And if a race war happened in the South, it would, like, you think people are going to just stand back and let the two guys duke it out? No. No, this is not fucking Rwanda, where we watch with glee as people murder each other and the Canadian general in charge goes slowly insane. Okay, this is no, this is goddamn America.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be involved. And guess what? Whoever, like, the only people that would win a race war in the South are the globalists, are guys like George Soros. Those are the people that win, not the whites or the blacks.
Right.
So the national instability leads to global instability in the same manner that a mentally unwell populace leads to an unwell country.
Yeah. And I think they knew this too. Did you see the article where all these billionaire fucks like Musk and all them are buying up land in New Zealand?
Really?
Oh yeah, they're buying up all the best. It's the whole. All these tech fucks are buying up all the real estate in New Zealand. They're making an exit for themselves after the mess they made.
And New Zealand, from what I gather, is even more cucked than Australia, but also more slavish because it's smaller.
Yep.
New Zealand is like the Quebec to Australia's Canada.
Good one. That's a good one.
They profit off of instability. And here's, God damn it, man. It's I've been so frustrated lately with the I don't know what the hell to call them. The 1488 infiltrators into the alt-right. Because they're not really infiltrators. They're not CIA spooks, not most of them. They're just dumb fucking idiots, man.
Yeah, they're just degenerate losers.
Hell, I was talking with one the other day who, man, he has some things going for him, but he wants the simple solution. Race war now. You know, you must be 98% European to be in our country. And I was like, well, where the fuck are we going to send 20% of the population that doesn't fit your criteria?
Right. Oh, I agree. I'm it's pretty far in the alt-right. But whites in America, we're basically in the position the Boers were in South Africa in 1985. We are 60% of the population. There's 100 million people in non-whites in America. They're not going anywhere. And quite frankly, I'm glad we don't have the stomach to do what these people want. It would be a bloodbath. There's no coming back. We have to compromise somehow.
Well, and none of these damn race wars ever accomplish anything.
Not at all.
The Hutus and Tutsis are still both around.
Yep.
And you know what? The death tolls in majority Hutu towns and majority Tutsi towns, they had roughly the same death tolls as the mixed cities.
Oh, yeah.
It's a race war is not about actually accomplishing anything. It's about it's a societal bowel movement, or it's society just breaks down to the point where there's nothing, like, people are just so angry and so hopeless that all they can do is murder. And they're, you know, if you're white, you're going to find a black person to murder. If you're black, you're going to find a white person. But it's if you can't, you'll just find another black person and murder them.
Right. Oh God, I hope not. I'm the only white guy at my job. No, I that was a joke, but you know what? I really think the best way out of this is the Soviet Union. What I mean by that is, when the Soviet Union fell apart, you just fragment. That's the only way out of the situation, unless you want the total boot on your neck, deep state tyranny to keep holding this all together, like we're having right now. Like 50%, I read an article the other day, 50% of the French army is on the streets of France to keep the Muslim and the native French from being at each other's throats.
I am so tempted to join the Foreign Legion right now. But yeah, if you want chaos in the streets, you are not alt-right.
Right. You're not. We've talked about the fears. Anybody, even Matthew Heimbach, my good friend who's pretty hardcore, the second you talk about violence, you're out. You're an infiltrator. You're a bad person that's going to lead to trouble. You're out. The second you start openly talking about violence.
Oh, exactly. I would love to see Trudeau hanging. But you know what? Not from a lamppost. I would love him to see him hanging from a scaffold that Her Majesty ordered to be built to get rid of the traitor. This is the difference between the American Revolution and the French Revolution. Is that the French Revolution is everybody just got pissed off and they blamed it on the monarch, on the aristocracy, etc. And they hanged all of them and they said, well, now what? It's like, I don't know. Let's get a psychopath in power to murder even more people.
Yeah. It's like go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the American Revolution was, well, we already run our own country. We, the rebels, are the government. We are the people in charge of the government, and we are sick of being dicked around by a foreign power, and we don't really think we need you anymore. Why don't you go the fuck away?
Yeah.
It was not a rebellion against the government. It was a rebellion against what had become a foreign occupying power by the government.
Yes, the American people, John Adams said that himself, the true American Revolution was when the American people saw themselves as the American people and no longer just British colonists on their own. From that point, Parliament was a foreign power over them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as our friend Beckloff says, the French Revolution was basically a bunch of people, and the winner was just a pile of skulls, was sitting on a pile of skulls at the end. Only this time, if that happens in America, we're not going to get a Napoleon. We're going to get something much, much worse.
Quite frankly, Napoleon was a blessing to that nation.
He was.
not to the rest of Europe, though, for that matter.
No. But yeah, but this is, folks, to bring it back to what you were saying, this is what the deep state wants. The deep state wants to overthrow Donald Trump and have this chaos to keep themselves in power, but on a much more extreme level. They know this. I mean, she's not part of the deep state. She's a fucking dumb American Jon Stewart Jewess, but Sarah Silverman saying we need a military overthrow of Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know where you go with that, Davis. Sorry.
Yeah, it's I just had to say hi to somebody in the comment section. It's he's a great guy, by the way. Awesome. You know what? This would absolutely sickens me with all these Democrats that are excited about this. What absolute traitors?
Yeah,
absolute traitors to the nation state, to the rule of. Yeah, you know what? With all of these scumbags, listen, you probably know which one I'm thinking of in particular, and it's not Thunderfoot. You guys might be able to guess too, but I'm trying not to be so rageful. But you disgusting degenerate, you filthy, you filthy. Oh God, I can't think of any good Roman swears right now. The only reason you are alive is because of our goodwill.
Yes.
The only reason you dissolute hedonists, that's what I was looking for.
There you go.
The only reason you have not been murdered and fed to pigs is because we are civilized men and we do not behave that way. We use rule of law. We believe in just war. We are opposed to murder, even murder of filthy slime like yourself. Mm-hmm. Every single one of you, every single goddamn Democrat in the nation needs to realize that your neighbors, if they were not civilized, if your Republican neighbors were not civilized, you would be dead in half an hour.
Yeah, basically.
You are living because we are decent human beings. And here you are trying to get rid of the very society. Because here's the thing. So long as there is law and order, so long as there is civil society, we do not break laws. We do not murder abortion doctors. We oppose that. We oppose it more strongly than they do. Okay, they get into hysterics about it. We actually argue against it. The moment you get rid of civil society, the moment you go Mad Max, you are not going to be the ones winning.
As Beckloff says, our friend, and once again says, what are you going to fight us with, your dildos?
What do you say?
He's like, what are these leftists who want civil war going to fight us with, their dildos?
Oh yeah, are you going to put it on like the pulsating maneuver? Send the rabbit after us?
Right, and even if you look at California, which is, oh my God, California wants to succeed. If you actually look at from the electoral map, it was only the coast, I mean the extreme coast of LA, San Francisco, San Diego that voted blue. Like the majority of California, the good farmers, good-blooded Nixon-type Reagan from California people voted Trump. Like if you just break down the map, California looks like the rest of the country. It's Trump land with an archipelago around it of Hillary land. You people are living in a fantasy world. As I say, Facebook, you leftists, you are the leftists of Amy Schumer and Justin Trudeau. You are not the leftists of Lenin and Trotsky or even Castro anymore. You would be crushed. What are you talking about?
Nobody has it. Not even the military has. And actually, this, I think, is the big point I want to make. By starting off with that quote from a academic military intelligence journal. This is mainstream.
Yeah.
Pointing out indirectly, mind you, because, they are trying to be politically neutral.
Right.
Because, us good conservatives, especially when we're serving in the military, like part of the reason I did get out of the military is because I'm too opinionated politically. And if I wanted to do what I wanted to do, I couldn't do it well. Like if I went back and joined the Canadian military, I'd need to shut the hell up.
Right.
I would, even talking about psychology, I'd start treading that line. And I don't want to do that because I'm an honorable person, which a leftist doesn't understand, but that's the fact of the matter. Even the mainstream military thought is that there is an infiltration of America.
Yeah.
And Canada and NATO and the UN, etc. There is a globalist infiltration, a Marxist infiltration, a deep state infiltration. They are all the same goddamn thing. That's all. Like Marxism at the core of it is nothing but a conspiracy to take over the government, to usurp legitimate power. And everybody is waking up to this fact.
Yeah.
It is not for so long. Like Rouge tried, he had the meetup in Toronto, and the CBC was sending SJWs after him, etc. We had the meetup, and there was the bloody Australian Navy was mobilized, and
that's fucking hilarious. I still laugh about that.
What people on our side are coming together. They are waking. They are all beginning to acknowledge what the hell is going on.
Yeah. I mean, say what you will about Milo, but how many people were woken up by the reaction of fucking Milo, this gay, effete Jewish immigrant at Berkeley when they rioted against him as a neo-Nazi? People are waking up.
And it's up to us to keep carrying that flame, to keep speaking the truth as hard as we can. But like these guys are weak. They are afraid. And like you said this, they would not be making all of these leaks and claiming to have power if they weren't afraid that they were about to lose power.
Oh, yeah. This is not the kings of Europe. This is not Henry VIII, where you regally know you're in power and you can flaunt it. In today's world, the people that have the power say they don't, act like they don't have it. If you're up there saying, oh, we are the true power, that means your grip on power is loosening.
Wait, you got Scott Adams calling out Twitter on censoring people, for crying out loud. Scott fucking Adams.
Dilbert.
I'm pretty sure Scott Adams never wanted to be political. I am pretty sure Scott Adams is one of those guys that just wants to like make fucking Dilbert comics and talk about, psychology and whatever. And actually, somebody asked about Jordan Peterson in the comment section. The same damn thing with him.
Yeah. I can speak for myself too. I'm nowhere near the level of these guys. But I was a kid. I fell in love with movies at Jurassic Park at 9 years old when my parents took me to see Jurassic Park. My whole life, I just wanted to make movies. My world was moving. I had no desire to be a political leader or activist or anything like that. But in college, I was woken up to all this. I was a little sooner than the other people. I'm not bragging about it. Life hasn't been easy since I've woken up at 22. But you know what? Most conservatives just want to live their lives. But they're woken up. We have to do this. So I would throw myself in the same level as Scott Adams in that I was happily going about my life, and then I went, holy shit, this is fucked up. I have to do something. I'm sure you were the same way, Davis.
You know what? Listen, I really like Jordan Peterson. The interesting thing about Jordan Peterson, he actually started off as a political science major.
Interesting.
And that drove him to study psychology, because he's like, no, this is not the problem. The problem is not political. The problem is psychology. The problem is people are not healthy. I've been listening to Gulag Archipelago. I'm about a seventh of the way through it or something like that.
Great book.
Oh, wow. And aren't these as dripping with justified venom as Solzhenitsyn's words are? At the same time, the people that are subjecting him to these tortures, God, they're like that fucking mechanic at Canadian Tire. Oh man, okay, I gotta go on a rant. I gotta go on a tangent.
You lost me. Please explain the mechanic of Canadian Tire.
Oh Jesus. So I don't want to say enough to get me in trouble. Let's just say I was bringing my car in for an inspection. Let's just leave it at that. All right. There's nothing juicy behind it. I just want to minimize my public exposure. I was bringing my car in for an inspection, and the cocksucker comes back and tells me my car's a piece of shit. I should get a new one. And he said, "Excuse me, cupcake." The car's fucking fine. Seriously. And actually, I just recently went to a good mechanic, and I showed him the parts I replaced. I showed him the old ones. He's like, well, they're not new, but they're not bad. Yeah, my car is fucking fine. But the one thing that really stood out with all of this bullshit is they fucked around with my tie rod ends. I actually had to bring it back there, and he threatened to phone the police on me. I said, fix the fucking thing. And but anyway, like, they fucked up my car, and then they fixed it, but I had to pay for the new part. Whatever. I'm just happy to see the end of it. What stood out to me is, do you know what a cotter pin is?
No, I don't.
A cotter pin, it's a very soft metal pin. It's it's a 2-point. It's got 2 points on it. It's sort of like like one of those hair barrettes that women wear.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So it's like these 2 points. You poke it through a hole, and then you take the 2 points and you flatten them out on the other side, and it stops. Like, there's something that it stops from turning. It stops the hole from moving. Okay.
Yep.
And when I got my car back, both cotter pins that I had put in myself, since I'd replaced both the tie rod ends, they had one of their, like, the one end was missing.
Oh, shit.
And this son of a bitch told me he was a master mechanic, and he knew, as a matter of fact, that you're supposed to cut off one side of the cotter pin. And, okay, basic logic. If you're supposed to cut off one side of the cotter pin, why does it come with 2 sides?
Exactly.
What happened is this unimaginative piece of shit, some guy somewhere had said something that's like, oh, you just cut off one. Because you know what? Honestly, man, it's not like there's a huge amount of torque on the damn cotter pin. Okay? It's meant to hold something else in place. It does not need to be made of goddamn titanium, and it doesn't really matter if it has one or two sides. It's just easier to take out if you have both sides.
Right.
You know, like, it really does not matter that much. But somebody had once said, oh, you take it out, and he put this into the data bank that you're supposed to cut off one side, and he teaches all of his mechanics to cut off one side. And so that's now the standard operating procedure. Nobody has ever sat back and thought, I wonder if this is a good idea that makes a car work better. Not fucking once, because they follow the goddamn rules, don't they? And all those people torturing Solzhenitsyn were these... Oh, God, and we are just surrounded by these people. They do not think. You know, mind you, if they thought, they wouldn't be working as a mechanic at fucking Canadian Tire. And so who the fuck would fix your car for a cheap price, you know?
Kabinga.
Einstein's not going to be changing your oil for, you know, $60 or whatever the hell they charge. He would get bored.
Yeah. Modern education in one story.
Yeah, these people that were torturing Solzhenitsyn, it's not like they were evil masterminds. They were just fucking losers. They were mediocre human beings with a little bit of cunning here and there, but they weren't hard workers. They weren't good thinkers. They really didn't have anything going for them. They were completely mediocre. And that is the quality of person that's involved in the deep state. Yes,
exactly.
The sort of motherfucker that cuts off half your cotter pin and then threatens to phone the police on you if you complain about it.
It's shown by Trump's public raping of their voice in the mainstream media at his press conference.
So, on the one, we are up against a bunch of fucking losers, but the losers have won before. You know, they won in Russia.
Yeah.
And wait, we were talking about Jordan Peterson. He's the one that got me reading Gulag Archipelago. And you know, like, one of the things I've been doing lately, which is probably very, very, you know, I've been doing it my entire damn life, is I keep trying to look for sense out of the left. I keep trying to look for logic. For, like, you know, if you go and read some critiques of feminism from the, or sorry, critiques of porn from the 1990s, you will find some good arguments in there. Arguments that we're only beginning to realize are almost definitely true. But anytime I analyze contemporary feminism, I can't find anything. And I'm not looking for feminists to hate. I'm looking for feminists to agree with.
No, that's a losing proposition.
I'm looking for Democrats I can speak to. I find it very, very worrying that 50% of the population cannot be reasoned with.
Well, Davis, you're analyzing the left, but it's like exactly what you said. Some guy told that mechanic to do this, so he just does it, and so everybody else that he trains just does the same thing. We've seen that on the left this entire election cycle. Just look at it. They hop from one thing to the next. It was grab a pussy. Every leftist was up in arms about that. Then it was Russia. Everyone was up in arms about it. Every leftist was up in arms about that. Then when Richard Spencer got punched in D.C., it was like, oh, we're going to punch a Nazi. Ha, 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 ha. Now it's like, oh, my God, Michael Flynn. The hive mind, they just go with what everybody else is doing, unthinkingly.
It's the personality equivalent of not being smart. Because this master mechanic that was threatening me with phoning the police, honest to God, the guy's not that bright. Okay, he has found his niche in the world. He has figured out how to generally fix cars. All right, and he mostly just fixes new cars. He doesn't fix sports cars from 1994 that idiots that think they're professional writers drive. You know, like I'm not his target market. And he's not curious. He's not that intelligent. And like me getting angry at him is like me getting angry at a bee for stinging me when I harass its hive, you know? Okay, like he's found his place, and I really should not be that. Well, I mean, I am kind of upset because it cost me several $100s, but whatever.
Oh man, I'd be pissed.
Oh, plus my car was like not working for 4 fucking days after they broke it. But whatever. You know, his market is fixing minivans from 2008. Whereas the thing is that what gets me with the damn liberals is that most of them, the ones I speak to at least, are actually very, very intelligent. These are people that own their own homes. Okay, very nice homes out in the fancy areas that maybe one day we'll be able to afford. They're university educated. They're successful. They have the brains, but they lack the personal personal grit to actually have reasonable opinions.
Oh yeah, but Davis, that's exactly that. Like that mechanic, he was a master mechanic. These liberals get these university degrees. I'm very smart. I'm college educated, and Trump has just punctured that. I mean, every liberal. This is why I won 500. I don't know if you heard that story, Davis. I won $500 off the election. I had a liberal friend from college. She's like, "I'll bet you $500 Hillary wins." I'm like, "I'll fucking take it." I won.
I should have put money down in that damn election.
But yeah,
I knew he was going to win. I just didn't. I was too lazy to figure out how I gamble on it.
Yeah, but that's just it. They said Trump can't win. So he has proven them for fools. He has punctured their narcissistic bubble, their persona, that they were smarter than everybody else. And he has shown them to be idiots. And that's why they're so triggered by everything he does. Because him and Brexit, and hopefully Geert Wilders in the Netherlands next month, and then Marine Le Pen in France the month after that in April, they've built this bubble over the decades. I really think since the 60s that they're more sophisticated and intelligent, and they understand this, that these dumb conservatives don't understand. And we have just obliterated that narcissistic persona in the past year and a half.
You know, let me tell you about the craziest thing I ever saw. The craziest person. Now, I was dating this girl. She was arachnophobic. Okay. And I used to, I mean, who the hell isn't arachnophobic, right?
Yeah.
And hey, Google sucks. I actually have a very tight grouping with a pistol, and I've only shot like 50 rounds through the damn thing. So, although I'm mainly a rifle coach. Anyway, sorry. What was I saying? So who the hell isn't arachnophobic? I used to hate spider. Like when I was my first memory in life was I was trying to pet a web full of spiders, and it goes black after that. My mother remembers it because I was screaming like a banshee afterwards.
That's a great first memory.
Yeah, oh yeah. Welcome to Earth. Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
I used to think everything was friendly when I was a kid. So listen, I get arachnophobia. Actually, I forced myself into exposure therapy when I was a teenager. I'd like house spiders walk around on my hand because like I knew they weren't dangerous. I just really, really hate spiders, and I still don't like spiders. But you know, whatever. All right, so here is fucking insanity though. I was dating this girl, and she was arachnophobic, and we were sitting in the living room at one point, and there's a spider on the ceiling, and I said, "Honey, there's a spider on the ceiling." She flipped out, ran to the bedroom, screaming, "Kill it, kill it, kill it," and I killed the damn thing, and then she spent the next half hour crying.
Oh God.
Crying, sobbing, heaving sobs because there'd been a damn spider on the fucking ceiling. Not even over top of us. It was like on the other side of the room.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell do you say to a person like that?
I don't know.
It's not like it's like she would. Let's go for a walk. I need to get out of the house. Kill the spider. I need to go for a walk. No. She was crying in the goddamn bedroom.
Wow.
And it's like that's how I feel like these damn liberals. Like you try and say to one of these liberals, like, you know what, man? You start eating less fast food, eating more eggs, do a push-up every now and again, and stop being a faggot. Maybe your dick will get wet. And they say, I need to kill you now.
Yeah.
Absolute insanity. See, here's the thing. That mechanic, here's the thing. I can recognize that he has some amount of competency. As unpleasant as my experiences with him were, he is not a net detriment to society. Whereas these damn liberals, 50% of the population, man.
Yeah. This is why we need to get rid of democracy.
No, yeah. God, democracy. You know, it's so damn sad. Although, you know what? This meme is catching on, actually. It's really catching on. I was having this conversation with a real estate developer at the bar the other day. I was telling him that, you know, like back in the day, it's like the whole women didn't have the... No, it wasn't about women or men having the right to vote. It's that you had to own property.
Right.
You had to own, 50 grand, 100 grand, whatever. Some reasonable amount of property to show that you, A, had your shit together, and B, were invested in the community. Then you got to vote.
It's not even, it's deeper than that, Dave. I would break it down as, if you don't have the intelligence, the work ethic, or even the knowledge to have your own life managed, how can you make a big decision to manage how the community, the town, the country, and the world to be managed? If you can't manage your own life, how can you make a decision to how something much bigger than your life should be managed?
And you know what? I can already hear the argument. Say, well, by that standard, Davis, you and Craig shouldn't be voting. Well, no, actually, we shouldn't.
I completely agree.
As long as everybody else gave up. If I was all you ladies out there, it's the same thing. Do you want all those stupid, dumb sluts that work at the corporations and jump on Chad's cock all night? Would you give up your vote to give up 8 votes of theirs?
Yeah, I would. I would definitely. If I could give up my vote so everybody like Movie Bob couldn't vote, I would be on that in a heartbeat.
It would be a glorious economics, like a glorious science fiction novel would be like a democratic system where instead of voting for somebody, you vote to eliminate 3 votes from your economic category.
Oh, that'd be great.
I would consistently vote to eliminate my economic category.
Oh, yeah.
And I do it. The funny thing is, the only people smart enough to game that system are the ones that should be voting. And
You're right. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
Oh, boy. So...
See, the Founding Fathers had it right. They did.
Yeah, they did. They were imperfect human beings, but they were trying to do something decent.
Right.
And they put their money where their mouth was.
Exactly.
Same as Donald J. motherfucking Trump. That guy's putting his life on the line to do this.
Absolutely. He says it again and again, and he's absolutely right. He didn't have to do this. He was a billionaire. He was a pop culture sensation. I mean, he fucking clotheslined Vince McMahon. He didn't have to go through the shit to expose his family and Melania to all this garbage, but he felt like he needed to do something.
And you know what? Let me the real estate developer I was talking to the other day, who knew the good mechanic, but actually, like this guy, I asked him to do an alignment. It took him 2 hours because he did it properly. He did a test drive afterwards, and then he even told me what that clunking noise that I've been hearing forever was.
Nice.
It's just the damn strut. I mean, that's $80 for a new one. Like, I can replace that whenever I feel like it. It's good for another 2 years.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, great guy. Seriously, this guy's my new mechanic. Anyway, real estate developer. He says to me, I don't like Donald Trump, but I believe he's doing it for the right reasons.
That's an intelligent response.
He's also the guy that did not like the Canadian Donald Trump. And again, I haven't looked into the guy that much. I'm reserving a formal opinion for a while yet, but that's exactly it. There's a lot I don't like about Donald Trump. He is a bit of an alpha consumer. He, I mean, he's had, what, 3 wives?
Yeah.
There's a lot that could be better about Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is why he is doing it.
Right.
And I kind of think he saw the evil. You know, like people point out, listen, I love Common Filth. He is too cynical sometimes about this.
Yes, he is.
Yes, Donald Trump was friends with Epstein. Guess what? I'm friends with plenty of pornographers, or at least I was. I don't think I am anymore. I know a lot of people. And it's sometimes by knowing those people that you truly see just how evil they are.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, as somebody pointed out on the podcast I did with brother Tom, Pastor Tom the other day, like to quote Frodo, I think if he were an agent of the enemy, he would look fair but feel foul.
Oh, wow.
And that's exactly it. Like, evil is, it is very, very friendly. It is very nice. It's very politically correct.
Mm-hmm. It's the devil in the blue dress.
It's only underneath the surface that you see the true horrors.
Right.
And I think that's what happened with Donald Trump, is that, yeah, he came into it an honest real estate developer that was expecting a little bit of a nasty game of chess. And he ran into this world of child exploitation and murder and hatred of the general populace. You name it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, me and you, Davis, we don't even know. I mean, we can guess. But Donald Trump was within the elites. He may have not been like a Bush, like Bohemian Grove type, but he was in the world that we only, you know, we're Alex Jones outside Bohemian Grove trying to get in. He was inside. You know, this is the analogy I'm trying. He's seen the evil. So I truly think with you, Davis, Donald Trump realized what was going on and wanted to change it. He's seen behind the curtain.
Yeah, and you know, I recall Donald Trump always being a bit of a douchebag, Jersey Shore, nouveau riche, whatever.
Yeah.
He was never part of the cool kids club.
No.
I mean, if he'd just gone and fucked a 12-year-old boy up the ass, they would have said, oh, he's a complete gentleman. You can trust him.
Say he went for the supermodels from Eastern Europe. No, yeah. It's amazing that somebody like him would do that. But thank God for it. Nicholas,
well, you know,
go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we've basically done this topic to death.
Right.
And I think we could have a really good conversation about something a bit more lighthearted.
Let's do it.
All right, let's talk about filmmaking.
I love it.
Let's talk about storytelling. Let's talk about geek culture, what have you. And so, all right, so I'm going to segue this, and then I have to go get more ice. So recently, the Angry Video Game Nerd decided to, Mike Matai decided to post a video of him doing a playthrough of Darkwing Duck. And I'll be honest,
video game for NES.
Oh, it was a great video game, and honestly, Darkwing Duck was my favorite freaking guy growing up, like second only to Ninja Turtles.
Let's get dangerous is my life motto.
Let's get dangerous. Motherfucker drove a motorcycle, and he was an arrogant piece of shit that thought he was smarter than everybody, and he had a stylish, like a double-breasted thing, but he wore a cape too. He wore a turtleneck and a suit and a cape and a fedora. Like, how fucking cool is that? Can you see the influences on me, folks? I absolutely love Darkwing Duck, and so I decided to kind of like go back and revisit some of it, like watch some of the episodes and try and because it doesn't really stand up that well.
No,
Gummy Bears had a much better meta plot.
Hey, that was a great show too. I love that show.
And it's, I was like, who the hell is Darkwing Duck? Like, what the hell is he wearing? Who the hell is he based off of? He's based off of the Shadow. And you guys, who knows what evil lurks in the heart of men? The Shadow knows. The Shadow was one of the precursors to the superheroes in America.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm not that familiar. I've always loved the Shadow. I've always felt a little bit of I've loved it. I loved it. I've never really been a fan of it, but at any time I brushed up against it, because remember, kids, I grew up in the 90s. Okay, we didn't have the interwebs back then. I had to go to the public library in Airdrie, Alberta, a city with a population of 20,000, for crying out loud. So my access to media was rather limited. But I always loved the Shadow. I loved all the details of it. And from what I gather, the Shadow, basically, he is a corrupt and dissolute motherfucker who disciplines himself through meditation because he realizes he's becoming an evil piece of shit. And then he becomes a superhero because he understands evil better than anybody else because he's evil himself. And so by overcoming his evil, by pursuing the virtuous life, he attains the ability to cloud men's minds, which was actually, that was his ability to cloud men's minds. That was something introduced in the radio program to just to see in a novel or in a book, you could explain the environment and how he was hiding. That would detract from a radio show. So they just add the bullshit ability to cloud men's minds.
And it made Orson Welles' voice so much cooler.
It was very interesting. It started off, the Shadow was just the announcer for the program, like the Crypt Keeper, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But people loved the Shadow so much that he became a character. And then he got his own show, and it's like, how do we translate this character from a novel into a radio program? And it's like, oh, we'll give him the super ability of hypnosis to hide himself. He is such a weirdly organic character, not centrally planned at all, but just kind of developing over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So there really is no definitive Shadow character. In fact, I think you could even argue that Darkwing Duck is the definitive Shadow. And I need to get them more ice now, so it's your turn to talk about the Chinese marketplace or something.
That's an interesting thought, Dave. I never thought about the Shadow, because I love Darkwing Duck. I mean, my first introduction to the Shadow was, once again, a kid in the 90s, born in 83, so I was raised in the 90s, was the terrible 1994 movie with Alec Baldwin, which was fascinatingly bad. I watched it today. It's like, it's one of those movies that's so bad you watch it, but like you said, it's very organic. And now I'm older, and I love Orson Welles. He's one of my heroes as an independent, creative force that he was. He was a man with many problems in his life, but he was just such a creative force. But what he brought to the Shadow was that cool mystique, and like you were saying, it's not the Stan Lee bad, he's hit by a gamma ray and he becomes, he can crawl on a wall like a spider. It's more an organic, hypnosis, which was very big at the time. If you ever watch any Hitchcock movies from the time, it was very big at the time, the whole idea of hypnosis. The movie Spellbound with Ingrid Bergman and Gary Cooper. No, not Gary Cooper, the guy from Kill a Mockingbird. Anyway, it was very big then. and it's such a cool concept of a character.
Who is the Shadow or?
Yeah, the Shadow.
Well,
It's like the original Jedi mind trick.
And actually, there's even an episode of a comic of Batman where he ran into the Shadow and said,
wow.
You, sir, were my inspiration for becoming the Batman.
Oh, is that where they pulled that fantastic episode from the animated series where he meets the ghost?
You know what? I will bet you that is the case.
That's awesome.
Because the ghost, as I recall, had a fedora and trench coat, right?
Yes, he did.
And actually, here's something really cool. Like how he looked varied from appearance to appearance. Because again, this is before comic books. Okay, this was first. It was like pulp novels, then it was radio.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things he would sometimes wear was what is it called? The 19th century, not the frock coat. The you know, like those British lords that would have like a coat that also had a cape built into it, like Moriarty would wear that.
Yeah, like a felt coat type thing. Yeah.
And goddamn it, man, the cape is so freaking cool, and I'm so pissed off that Trudeau had to post a picture of himself wearing a Three Musketeers uniform. It's like, screw you, capes are cool. Why the hell can't we bring back capes?
That would be awesome.
It's like those goddamn hipsters ruined the fedora for us.
I know. I actually owned a fedora before the fucking hipsters ruined everything. God damn
I've been wearing one since like 1999 on and off. It's what kills me is the goddamn hipsters wearing like you know, the Supreme Gentleman body pillow. Have you seen that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, like fedora with t-shirt. What the fuck are you doing, fedora and t-shirt, asshole? Wear a goddamn man shirt.
Yeah.
I realize it's a casual. Put on a button-up shirt. You can find them at fucking Walmart, for crying out loud. You know, I'm not saying it needs to be an $80 dress shirt. I'm saying it needs to be a button-up shirt with a goddamn collar, or at least a turtleneck.
It's so sad. The fedora went from the Shadow and Sam Spade to fucking hipsters.
Oh God! And the fedora is just such a cool hat.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody wears baseball caps. I mean, God.
I've always hated baseball caps.
I'll be honest. Part of the reason I don't own a MAGA hat is because I've been wanting to buy one, but I just hate baseball caps so much that the priority level never like. It's like I kind of wanted to get a tattoo, but those cost money, you know, and so I never got a tattoo.
But the thing, I never wore a baseball cap because this is the autistic part of me coming out. It's like, wait a minute, a baseball cap is meant to be worn in the field when you're playing the game so the sun's not in your eyes so you can catch the ball. What's the point of wearing it not on the field if you're not playing? Like, you don't go around wearing a hockey mask if you're not on the fucking rink. So that was just my autistic self.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, good Lord, the reason you wear a damn cowboy hat is keep the sun out of your eyes.
Right.
Honestly, that's why I wear it while I'm driving. Keep the damn sun out of my eyes. It works better than the visor.
Oh, yeah, I can use that here with all this. You would know, Dave, you're in Canada, up here in upstate New York, too. The fucking light reflecting off the snow in the middle of winter.
Oh, God. The sun gets so damn low up here. Like, I was checking out an apartment earlier today, and if it works out, guys, I'm going to have the sweetest filming location.
Oh, he told me it sounds awesome.
We were walking up to the apartment, me and the lady manager person. I could not see like 3 feet in front of me because the sun was directly horizontal in our eyes.
Yeah.
So yeah, hats make sense. They look good, but we only wear baseball caps now, and a bunch of goddamn atheists wearing the fucking fedora with a t-shirt. Okay, this is what kills me. It's not even like atheists. Like if atheists wore fedoras with like a nice shirt, I would wear a fedora and like, oh, don't worry, I'm not an atheist. I just like how they dress.
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn t-shirts.
You look back and like, you just look at the fucking video footage of Al Capone. How fucking badass does Al Capone look with that fucking nice 3-piece suit on, a trench coat, and a fedora? It looks fucking awesome.
And nowadays you get called pretentious for wearing a suit when you make a YouTube video, for crying out loud. I'm sorry for having respect for my audience.
Exactly.
I'll wear a wife beater with ketchup stains on it next time, and I'll flick my cigarettes into my neighbor's yard.
Davis has lived in the country, folks.
Oh, dude, you should have seen the last place I was living. It's believe me, even a place like that, I managed to look good. So apparently the Shadow. Now there's a movie made back in the 90s.
Yeah, I just brought that up. Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen it in years. I've actually been kind of meaning to rewatch it for the past few nights. And it's, on the one hand, it did seem to capture the Shadow, but at the same time, it wasn't a very good movie, you know?
No, it wasn't. It's pretty bad, but it's hypnotically bad, like I said.
It's you want, like, I watched it a few times when I was a kid. I knew it was a bad, like, even as a kid, I knew it was a bad movie, but I still kind of liked it.
Yeah, same here.
Did you ever see Meteor Man? Meteor
Man?
That was a fucking atrocious movie.
Yes.
My grandmother used to work for a film distribution company, so we got like every fucking movie there. She would just send us VHS tapes all the time.
Oh, that's fucking sweet. I'm jealous.
But we got a lot of stuff like Meteor Man.
Meteor Man was so bad.
But I also got some science fiction films with tits in them. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, another movie from the 90s to geek out completely. It's like, it wasn't The Shadow, but it was a superhero from the same era. The movie wasn't that good, but it could have been so much better, and you watch it like, oh, this has such potential. Is The Phantom with Billy Zane. You ever see that?
No.
Oh, it's so good. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier before the podcast, Davis. Like, folks, you weren't in there, obviously. But the aesthetic of The Phantom is like Tailspin.
We were talking about this right before the podcast. I don't know what the hell Tailspin was based off of, but I want to watch the grown-up version of Tailspin. Tailspin was so... you know what? Like, if you went back and rewatched again, it's like Darkwing Duck. You go back and rewatch it, and actually, I have a whole thing I'm going to do on dualism, on what are those? What's that dualistic sect of Christianity? The
Manichaeism.
Say again.
Gnosticism. Manichaeism.
Yeah,
Gnosticism.
All right, so I've got a whole thing on Gnosticism that I'm going to do, and watching Darkwing Duck helped me achieve that. Okay, it'll make sense when I get there, folks. It's again, this is my breathing period. Sometimes I need to watch old episodes of Darkwing Duck to come up with a advanced philosophy.
Can I just guess Negaduck?
As an example, I'm actually going to shit all over Beckloff's Marvel Universe as a foundational issue with American culture.
Oh, please do. I'm sorry, Beckloff. I never mind. But yeah, I agree with that one.
The Marvel Universe is foundationally a Gnostic universe.
Ooh, go on.
Okay, well, okay, I'll do the quick. I want to do a video like proving all of this with like images, so like motherfuckers watch it.
Do the cliff notes. Do the trailer.
So, you know, a few times I've tried to delve into the goddamn Marvel Universe to figure out what the fuck is going on with any of these goddamn characters, because they all look like humans with purple skin for some freaking reason. Anyway, Beckloff mentioned the Infinity Stones, which are playing a part in these new Marvel movies. And he said basically like they're like the shards of God or whatever. I decided to actually look into it. First of all, the Marvel Universe is premised upon a repeated Big Bang. There's like a cyclic theory where there's a Big Bang, Big Crunch, Big Bang, Big Crunch.
Okay.
And the Marvel Universe is founded upon that. That big evil purple guy that looks just like a human with crappy skin, that was in Guardians of the Galaxy. He is actually a guy. He was like a good guy in the previous universe before the Big Crunch, but then he got transformed into it's such a stupid fucking story. Anyway, the shards of infinity, the gems of infinity, are not actually like parts of the Holy Grail. Okay, like here, the Holy Grail, it is holy because Christ drank from it right before his death. It points towards the one true God. And so the Grail itself doesn't really have innate power. It has power because of Christ. And the reason in that Indiana Jones movie, the reason the knight is living forever is because he is living as a moral Christian. He's living as a monk in that cave. He's not engaging in I don't know, whatever. He is
Degeneracy.
Yes, that's why he lives forever, because he is being sustained by Christ, not because the Grail is magical, but because the Grail itself because it's a symbol. It's not an icon. Now I'm going on a goddamn tangent here.
I'm loving it. Continue. I'm sure the audience is too.
So the thing is that with the Marvel universe, there is no God. Everything is absolutely morally neutral. There are higher powers and lower powers, but good and evil are arbitrary in the Marvel universe. And actually, sorry, I'm thinking of Galactus was actually the being that lived in the previous universe that got brought into this universe, but he's a necessary destructive force. Actually, at one point, the Marvel heroes have the opportunity to put Galactus to death, but they find out that Galactus is actually the necessary death force of the universe. He needs to eat planets, and he's going to be critical during the Ragnarok that's eventually coming. So they allow him to continue eating planets so long as he does not eat planet Earth. It is absolutely moral relativism.
Yeah.
And the whole Negaverse. Like now Darkwing Duck, this is when I first caught on to the Negaverse. And it is the dumbest concept ever. You know, over in the Negaverse with Negaduck. Negaduck is the evil Darkwing Duck, and all of his enemies are the good guys.
Right.
But it's like everybody in that universe is evil. Or they're the opposite character. Then you go into Bizarro, the anti-Superman, where Bizarro lives on the really stupid versions on a planet Earth that's shaped like a cube, because they hate spheres so much, because spheres are perfect. And, you know, everybody invests their money in retirement plans that lose them money, because being good is bad and being bad is good. It's retarded. It breaks down in a moment's thought. Which right there, like that ought to be your argument against Gnosticism. That good and evil are not arbitrary positions. They are not equals.
Right.
Like as C.S. Lewis said, show me a nation where infidelity is praised, where treachery is praised. And no, we're not talking about the United States.
Not deep. We're off the deep state, folks.
That's the thing. Like, it does not work out. It doesn't make any damn sense. And then you've got Star Trek with the Mirror Mirror episode. And all the goddamn dumbass fans love that. Mirror Mirror, like the Negaverse episodes of popular fiction. And I was doing a bunch of research on oh damn, what is it? TV tropes.
Okay.
TV trope. It's one of the, like, you want an English degree, just go read TV tropes. I was trying to look for earlier examples, but it seems that Marvel Comics invented it, and then Star Trek imitated it, and now it's become a trope, the Negaverse, the opposite universe, opposite day. And people, the fans, love this. They love seeing the evil version of Spock. They love seeing the evil version of Darkwing Duck. And you know what? Let's give some credit to the Spoony one. He's been going through a rough time for the past few years. I hope he pulls himself together. But he was pointing out that everybody wants the anti-paladin. In D&D. They want the anti-paladin to be this guy in big black armor that and he was saying like, no, the anti-paladin should be like some like guy, he can poison wells. You know, he can spread disease really well. He's basically Ron Jeremy is the anti-paladin. And you know what? I think that's very insightful. This kind of harkens back to the whole deep state thing, is that we're not going up against Blofeld. The ultimate boss of the deep state is unlike... okay, I'm not going to do the ruination. Actually, no, fuck it, I am. Because you know what? Here's the thing. As much as Silent Storm is a great goddamn game, the last mission sucks, and the plot falls on its fucking face at the end. You're going to be so damn disappointed by the plot. So I'm not ruining it for you. I'm easing the pain. The final boss in Silent Storm is a chick in a nearly invincible mech suit with a jetpack.
What?
Yes, it's an evil German chick whose name is Helinski. And she's wearing a mech suit with hardcore badass lasers that were apparently dug up from, you know, ancient Babylon or something. With a jetpack flying around a goddamn rocket that it's going to create tyranny on Earth somehow. Never explained how. Guess what? That's not the head of the enemy. Okay, they're not wearing a mech suit. They're not some soldier with perfect aiming. And no, it's an old fucking man who betrayed his own goddamn people.
Right.
He's a pathetic, ugly man that has to pay for sex. His servants are closet cases, like Trudeau and Barack Obama and Angela Merkel. Okay, we're not talking like some like BBW in like the BBW in like the 2005 sense, you know, not the modern sense, but like it's not like some BBW chick in a Nazi uniform with a whole bunch of lithe blondes doing ninja flips that you have to take on. No, it's Andrea fucking Merkel. That's the end boss. There is no like the Negaverse version of Superman is not Bizarro. The Negaverse version of Superman is a grumpy old property-owning Jew that shits his pants and forces an immigrant to clean his ass.
Sorry. Oh, that was great. Oh, God.
So I actually think this whole Negaverse thing, I think it's very endemic to American storytelling, and I want to do like a whole video arguing this and exploring it. But I just gave you the Cliff Notes version.
Oh, Davis, that was good. Can I segue into what I was going to say?
Mm-hmm.
What I was going to say, we were talking about this here. Well, to go back to the Shadow and the Phantom. Now, you never saw the Phantom, so what the Phantom is a superhero. It takes place in like the 1930s. That whole tailspin effect. So what the Phantom is hundreds of years before, this man witnessed his family killed by pirates. And so he vowed to wipe out piracy. And so what the Phantom is, the ghost that never dies. The reason the ghost that never dies is not because he has some superpower, but because each son becomes the next Phantom. So his son became the second Phantom. His son became the third Phantom. So it's like generation after generation becomes the superhero living up to his heritage and his family identity as this hero fighting piracy and corruption and evil and all this. So what you just said, it's perfect, David. So what you just said about the Negaverse, almost, I would say, superficial aspect of contemporary American storytelling is something I want to get along for. So the Shadow and the Phantom are very organic. They're very real. And so for me, while I've been off the internet and I'm trying to this year be more apolitical after last year, because let's face it, after the press conference, Trump is going to have a hell of a fight on his hands, but he can handle it. So somebody like me, I'm not like you, Davis, who's, out there and this kind of thing. I want to concentrate on the story. So what I'm trying to do is go back to a more organic storytelling in that sense. Not this, I'm sorry, Beck left this corporate created sense of storytelling and what I'm trying to get to. And so I was telling you earlier, I actually had the idea today, and I want to write this novel. I've got the passion of the convert writing this. I had the story for this young man. It was going to be like a type of Hobbit type story where this young man at the beginning of the story, he's in his village, and his village is raided by this, by slavers, and his parents are taken away, and he has to go find them. So to make this story more organic, I've been debating this for a while. This past season in Prague, when I brought it up to my professor, my teacher, who was teaching me screenwriting. He's one of the writers of the movie The Deer Hunter back in the 70s. He's like, you should make it real, do this kind of thing. So what I'm doing with the story, I'm taking out of that non-organic thing. So what the story is, at the beginning of the story in southern France, this young man in this village, his parents are taken by Arab slavers. They're by Berber Arab slavers, and his parents are taken away. So he goes out into this journey to find his parents. But how does he do this? How does this young man in 11th century France go into the Arab world to find his parents that have been enslaved? While he's there, he's gonna be part of Richard the Lionheart's Third Crusade. So he's going to come onto Richard the Lionheart's Third Crusade to the Holy Land to find his parents, and he's going to grow as a character and this kind of thing. I'm trying for my own storytelling, and I like to try and inspire, if it's possible, in my own small way, this creative revolution where we go back to this organic, realist storytelling, this natural, national, faithful Christian story, whatever storytelling, because if we're all right and we're trying to make politics and society more real against this fake globalism, we absolutely have to do it in our storytelling. That was my spiel.
I am very interested in reading this. That's going to be a hell of a lot of work to do that.
I know. I'm already preparing for it.
Listen, playing Silent Storm. Listen, the game is so. I might actually do a let's play of it.
You should. I'd watch it.
It's a very compelling game, and the story is so damn disappointing. It's like there's maybe 3 lines in the game that something about Himalayan ruins and discovering laser technology in them, and there's a bonus encounter with a UFO.
Oh God.
And then nothing, and then it just drops it. It just drops the entire plot. And I don't think it's even mentioned in the damn sequel. All this cool shit about like supervillains exploiting World War II for to take over the world, and you can play as the Allies or the Axis, and you start off just trying to find out about why are our scientists being murdered and kidnapped, and then you find out it's like supervillains, and you got mech suits and laser weapons, and then meh, end of story. It's like, wait, what? There's cool shit about aliens in there. It's like I want this.
Right. And so it sounds like all our storytelling, like you're saying, that game, sounds like we've basically become the mythology of Scientology, where it has all this cool shit in it, but it doesn't add the fuck up together.
I would love to write a screenplay of Silent Storm with Nazi characters and actually have a really good movie with a whole like cool like ancient aliens plot. But you know what, man? I don't know enough about World War II technology or the organization of the Third Reich. So, and I'm not about to learn all that shit. I'm not going to write that damn story. I'll tell you what I have been toying with maybe writing.
Okay.
I mentioned this to you before the show. Apparently the Shadow, it's like they're still trying to make a screenplay of it. They just haven't found a good script. And and now on the one hand, I don't really know the Shadow that well. I've known about the Shadow, like one of the first like juvenile novels I read, where like the main character was like a kid in the '60s that really loved the Shadow.
Okay.
You know, so I kind of know about the Shadow. I'm thinking about listening to the radio show, and maybe writing a script. And here's my conception. And by the way, if anybody can steal this and do a good script, go right the hell ahead, man. I don't. I'm just tossing out ideas out here. If you can write better than me, I'm not threatened by that, you know?
I've already got the notepad out.
But I would love to do a Shadow with not a contemporary theme, a completely anachronistic theme. Okay, sort of like the Batman 1998 Batman. You know, the Tim Burton Batman, where
89, yeah. It was this Art Deco type weird surrealist world, yeah.
Yes, so like everybody dresses like it's the 1950s because people had some goddamn style back then. But you know, like maybe characters have cell phones or something, but they sure as hell don't have Google or Facebook or any of that crap. You know? It's not set. It's not happening in 1967 in the middle of the Cold War. No, it's just like, you know what the setting is. It's a human setting. Hell, it could be set in the 14th century for all you care, right? And and what I would love to do though is introduce a villain that was the Yellow Menace. One of the old tropes that you got in the adventure serials was the Yellow Menace, the scary Asian man. And nowadays people say Fu Manchu. And this is, now he was a modern interpretation of that. Now all of this was very much connected to the legacy of the Opium Wars, with, you know, it was English colonialism in China pushing drug addiction on the Chinese, and then Chinese coming to North America and pushing drug addiction on the whites. You know, I mentioned this in my review of Tombstone. They actually have a scene happening in the Chinese opium den.
Oh, that used to be, I'm sorry to interrupt, Davis, but that used to be a great movie trope you don't see anymore, the Chinese opium den in London and stuff like that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and speaking of which, there is a video game point-and-click adventure called The Last Door. One of them happens one of the scenes is a Chinese opium den. So if you like point-and-click adventures, go check out The Last Door. Yeah, you don't see it anymore because it's racist and it's offensive.
Right.
Well, you know what I'm thinking? I think now, like I think if I wrote and actually, you know what? Let me segue. Iron Man 3, what was he called? The Oriental, right? The Mandarin. He was supposed to be a yellow threat, but they nerfed him into some like new age guru white guy because they did not want to offend the Chinese. I think if you wrote a really good yellow threat, a really genuine and like I think the Chinese would fucking love that. Like not some stereotypical long fingernail, ha Dr. Venture. But you actually wrote a complex, like he's got a rock garden or some crap like that, you know, like you write a complex and interesting villain who is a genuine threat and even has a legitimate grievance. You know, I don't know, like make him, like one of his mothers was the comfort women for the Japanese army supported by the Americans, and that's why like don't necessarily make it that literal, right? Don't make it that realistic and that political, but make him a real fucking character. Right. Make him very, very Chinese. Very Chinese. But absolutely a villain. And so it's not an ethnic conflict between the characters. It's like he is a Chinese villain.
Right.
I think that would sell great in the Chinese market. I think they would fucking love that. And I think that story would be very, very refreshing because it would not be do I have to have a fucking political opinion on this goddamn story, or is it just good guys versus bad guys?
Right. And Davis, I'm having a thought. You can shoot this down if you want. So we talked about how the Shadow, right, was a piece of shit, and he saw the dark heart. He knows what's in the hearts of man because he's seen that darkness. He's been there. What if he realizes his power in the opium den? Because he's there in the absolute bottom, and so he realizes it. Then he can do this. Like he sees some guy who should not be taking another hit of the opium pipe, and he somehow clouds that guy's mind. He's like, holy shit.
You know what? That would actually be a wonderful metaphor for the current methamphetamine problem.
Yes,
and actually the opiate problem.
Oh, yeah.
In America. Like this could actually be a very cathartic movie for the opiate problem.
Oh, yeah. Some kid I'm in my hometown. We just heard the news. Some kid in my high school, the first time in my high school this past week, died of an overdose from opiates.
Oh, dude, listen, I was living in the South. Do you have any idea how many opiate addicts I was hanging out with?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I lived in Virginia. I know.
It's... God, and it's not the damn drug either. I mean, it is and it isn't. Okay, banning opium is not the damn solution. I mean, we already banned it. It's still a problem, ain't it?
No, we need to create the conditions for the white working class or whoever that they don't get to that point to use it because they have nothing else in their life. But that's just me.
You know what? We need to crack down on them and tell them to get back to work.
Yeah.
You know what? We need carrot and stick. Neither one is sufficient. And right now, there is absolutely no carrot. The carrot is be a slave and lease a new, minivan. And the stick is go to prison for 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
Neither of those are particularly effective.
And become an even worse criminal.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even what the fuck do you think the minivan owner is? You think they aren't criminals as well?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I agree completely.
Yeah, we need a goddamn solution. Not more ways to alleviate the problem. Mm-hmm. Not more. We don't need more painkillers. We need a goddamn solution, a path forward.
Oh, now I want to write the Shadow script.
I'll tell you the terrifying thing about these damn drug addicts is even when they're sober, how chaotic they are.
Yeah.
Like they're wandering around their house, making dinner or whatever, chopping onions, but at the same time they've got this aspect of like they've just got this blank look to their face, and they could go from 0 to 60 in half a second, and be wanting to murder you for disrespecting them.
I've seen it. Yeah.
It's terrifying. It's not a safe situation to be in.
Yeah. Well, this is why we need to win, so this situation is lessened or even eliminated. So that world no longer exists. We are the true utopians, not the left. We want a better world. They just want more degradation.
They profit off of every step of it. Every single one of those people is a potential client of theirs.
Yep. God, that's so depressing to think.
Well, yeah, and somebody said if Jantius just said if the supply of drugs disappeared, they'd start drinking window cleaner, for Christ's sakes. It's not the damn drugs.
It's a broken person.
The drugs are the goddamn symptom.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like heroin addiction, from what I understand, at least, it's really hard to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've overcome my own addictions. They're also not easy to overcome.
Nope.
The thing is, like the point is, it's not that we're not talking about people that are trying to overcome heroin addiction. Those people, I have the ultimate respect for. Like those, I'm not comparing my stuff to their stuff. What I'm saying is that these people don't want to overcome their addictions. Because
Right.
why the hell would they? What else is there?
Yeah. Yeah. That makes me sad for them.
It's very sad and very, very terrifying. And, keep in mind that most people, you know that 100 years ago, most people didn't ever travel more than 30 years from their hometown.
30 miles? Yeah, I've heard that.
Or 30 years, 30 miles.
30 years.
Light years. Giggity. Back in 2000, people didn't travel more than 30 light years?
Yeah.
You know what? It's not that different. Most people don't actually travel that far from their hometown.
Huh.
It would actually be an interesting analysis of if you could find a heuristic to analyze it. Because anytime that you and I and all of you guys listening, anytime we go on YouTube, we are traveling a very far distance.
Yeah.
Like anytime I go and check out one of Zarius's videos, I'm not only traveling all the way to Florida, I'm traveling into the black community to some degree when I check out his videos. Anytime I listen to a video from Norway, the exact same thing. And so we may or may not travel as much as we'd like, but we're already world travelers in that sense. Far more, I think, than somebody that goes to Italy on the all expenses paid, get drunk and sleep with fellow Americans 100 tour of Italy tour.
Don't get me started on that. Beach during the day, bar at night, as I call it.
Ugh. I've never been on one of those. Part of me kind of wants to because I like sex. I really like sex, man. Like, you think you like sex? No, I really like sex. But the same, it does not feel. I'd kind of like to do that the same way I'd kind of like to get a tattoo,
Mm-hmm.
Or I could get a new strut for my car. I think
Yeah.
I'll get the strut for my car.
Yeah, exactly.
But most people just are not travelers.
No.
Here's an interesting concept. What if it is what if the real unifying principle of, because there's a huge differentiation between PUAs and game.
Oh, please go on about this. I'd like to hear this.
One of my friends back in college, we were in Latin class together. He was an American from Florida, and he and I got back in touch recently on Skype, and it was quite disappointing. This guy is constantly doing blow. He's doing blow while we're having a fucking Skype call, for crying out loud.
Oh, man.
How much fucking blow do you have that you can afford to do blow while you're fucking around on the internet, for crying out loud? I mean, I don't have any blow, but if I had blow, I would save it for when I was actually having a party,
Right. So bourgeois, Davis.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just too bourgeois. And then he's simultaneously bitching about how much he hates niggers, and then justifying why he's a Democrat.
Whoa, hold on. Whoa, you just blew my mind there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, which one are you? I mean, listen, I've got right-wing friends from the South that bitch about niggers all the fucking time. And, I get it. Blacks, you better not relax. I like the blacks. Some of them are incredibly hardworking. They really put us to shame. But you know, I get it. I get it. I just don't get being like he's simultaneously he's using racial slurs, which I don't use, and at the same time justifying why he's against racism.
Oh, good Lord. That's one confused individual. He needs to cut down on the blow.
And he seems like the sort of guy that would really love PUA. Whereas the game sphere seems far more about traveling and understanding people. Game is really more about trying to figure out what the fuck makes women tick. PUA is about what gets your dick wet. Game is what the fuck is up with women? They're weird.
Well, just compare Roosh to Mystery.
Exactly. Like Roosh is a world traveler. He's an adventurer. He's and not in a dilettante sense either. He you know what? He published that post on the Culture of Critique a year or two back.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker, like he makes his profession writing books telling you how to get your dick wet. And he says, "Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down and read a historical analysis of a Jewish influence on American culture." Because that gets your dick wet, apparently. Like game is it's really not about getting your dick wet. It's about understanding people. Like who was it that said that the past is a foreign country?
Oh, I don't know. I've heard that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've met these. I get so frustrated by these people that are rich enough to go visit a foreign country, and then they brag about it like they're better than me.
Mm-hmm.
I've run into a few of these people. I've been broke most of my life, and I've run into these cocksuckers. They're like, "Oh, you haven't visited India. You don't know whether." Dude, motherfucker, I know a hell of a lot more about the world than you do. I wish I could take a fucking vacation to India for 6 months like you did, because it was a goddamn vacation.
Well, the problem with those people, Davis, and I traveled, like I said, but it's the beach during the day and bar at night. They're not actually cosmopolitan. They don't immerse themselves in the surrounding culture. Like the best example I can give you is when I was in Italy, our first night in Rome, it was in 2008. Now, these liberal cocksuckers from my university I was with, what do you think they went and did that first night in Rome?
They got drunk at a local popular bar that was exactly the same as every American bar.
Close. They went to the fucking movies and saw The Dark Knight in subtitles.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's what they did. Did I go with them? No. I went and I walked around Rome by myself all night, immersing myself in the culture. Those people that brag about that, they do that kind of thing.
Here's what kills me about the bars in our own country. See, all right, that other day when I went and found the mechanic that told me my car was pretty much okay, and he fixed the thing that I asked him to fix. Then I asked him about the thing I replaced, and he said, "Well, they didn't really need to be replaced." I'm like, well, you know, hey, thanks, man. The bar I was hanging out with, honestly, it was like a shitty, ugly neighborhood bar. The lighting was too bright. It wasn't cool. But I actually had fucking conversations with people.
Oh yeah, those are the best places. When I was in Prague this past summer to once again go on it, when I was there learning how to write screenplays, a bunch of us went to a local bar in the outer skirts of the city. It wasn't in the tourist section. And what do you do when you go into those tourist section bars? You drink, you listen to the loud music, the same corporate music in here in America. You do the same dance moves, which you can do at the bar in America. So we're at this bar. I'm at the bar. I'm talking to a local about Czech cinema. No music's playing loud, no dancing. I'm just at this bar drinking the local Czech liquor, which is very strong. You would love it, Davis. And I'm talking about Czech cinema.
Having a real conversation with a real fucking human being.
Exactly.
Yeah, I sat there talking, like, listen, talking to this real estate agent. Like, listen, what I told you, what he said about Donald Trump. I don't like him, but I believe he's coming from a good place, and I like that.
Right.
Brilliant fucking analysis. Real goddamn conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about movies. We talked about the economic market. We talked about the nature of sales. We had a real fucking conversation. That's the bar I used to go to every fucking Friday night. These days, finding that bar, I have to try 5 different bars until I find that goddamn place.
Mm-hmm.
But most people would rather go watch The Dark Knight with subtitles. Why the
I know.
fuck? The Dark Knight will wait. Who the fuck are you going to talk about The Dark Knight to in goddamn Italy? Like, if you're fucking sitting in fucking Calgary, what the fuck is it? Well, is the stampede happening? No, it ain't. I guess we might as well go see The Dark Knight.
That's what I said. I'm like, I'm going to be home in 3 weeks. I'm not seeing the fucking movie. I'm like, when I get home. Oh, my God. Yeah, that killed me.
And dude, the saddest thing is these people probably bragged about seeing the Dark... Oh, I saw The Dark Knight, but with Italian subtitles.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Yeah, those are the people that just like, oh my God. And those are the people that brag. Like I said, I went and looked around Rome, and I found the balcony where Mussolini used to do his speeches. That was, you know what I mean? And
Oh, that is so fucking cool.
I know. Yeah, it's just like the person that brags about travel the most. Let me say it like this: the person that brags about being the most cosmopolitan is the least fucking cosmopolitan.
You know what? I lived in Nashville, and I went downtown Nashville twice, I think. I didn't really like it. It was like shitty version of Vegas, quite frankly.
I've been there. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you love feeling like a fucking narcissist in Vegas, you'll goddamn love Nashville. So I'm not bashing it. Like, you'll fucking love it. Go spend some money, you dumb shit. You know what I got to know was the hills of Nashville.
Oh.
I got to know those goddamn Southerners that your mother warns you about.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I could show up tomorrow and I'd have a couch to crash on for however long I fucking needed it.
Yeah.
I've got friends down there. Not nobody, none of the bartenders know me. None of them let me in without cover. Although there is one bar that if I bring my dog, I get free drinks because they love my fucking dog.
Space Dog brings the drinks.
Oh, Space Dog is an excellent dog. Space Dog makes everybody, like, half the time she's autistic and the other half of the time everybody loves her. So, like, I don't really know, like, I can't tell you the cool place to go in Nashville. Yeah, I'm not that kind of cosmopolitan, but I know the people of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And they're good sides and their faults. Like, I've actually got some really interesting analysis on their faults, but I don't want to. I'm trying to figure out a way to do a video about this without insulting the people of Tennessee, because it's not about. It's about everybody,
Right.
right? Like, their faults, which I've come to understand, are just one. Like, it's human faults.
Yeah.
And they're just they're just one goddamn example of it. They're good people. They're interesting people. Good. Like, I helped clear brush. I helped move old refrigerators while I was there. You know, I actually lived there.
Yeah.
Even though one of them told me. One of them said, you know, I think your roommate might be upset because you kind of talk like a fag. And he's really homophobic. I'm like, excuse me? Excuse fucking me, Southern man? I speak Her Majesty's English, you filthy savage. He's like laughing. I don't speak like a fag. You speak like a savage. Apparently, everybody thought I might be gay because I enunciate properly in the South.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. I love the South. That's hilarious.
I don't really fit in there, but I fucking love those people. I really, really do. They thought I spoke like a fag, but they still let me hang out at their barbecue pit, you know? They are good fucking people down there.
They are. Wow, that tops me, because when I lived there, everybody automatically knew I was from New York, because I was like, they're like, you're from New York. I'm like, how
From
can
New
you
York
tell?
City, boy!
And like, how can you tell? Well, you speak so fast. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't take 2 minutes to write a sentence, so that makes me from New York.
The amount of I hate to use this phrase, but the amount of cultural diversity in America is fucking amazing.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry, you just hit one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, I'm an American nationalist. I will use that phrase. I love my country. My family's been here since the 1700s. We don't need fucking diversity from the third world. We already have a ton of fucking diversity
You
from the
motherfuckers
Northwest.
have way too much.
I know! What the fuck do we need the Indians and fucking Pakistanis for? We have Southerners, we have Texans, which are completely... I've been to Texas. Texans are completely different from fucking Alabama, Nashville Texans. We got Californians, we got the Midwest, which is completely different from the Northeast, and even in the Northeast, New York is completely different from Vermont. We already have enough fucking diversity. You're destroying our fucking diversity.
Just for the record, when the guy told me I kind of spoke like a fag, he was being super, super polite, and he was like tiptoeing around the topic. It's like, listen, I know you're not a fag, and I'm not trying to insult you because you have a Canadian accent, but I'm just thinking that maybe subconsciously he thought you might be a fag because of, and that's how a Canadian would put it. He put it differently because he's from fucking Tennessee.
Right.
He was being super, he wasn't insulting me, he wasn't being a dick or anything, but it's just like, wait, I talk like a fag because I enunciate.
That's great.
There is, good Lord, you drive 6 hours in America, you're in a different country.
You are. You really are.
It is, America is, it is absolutely beautiful and amazing that way. It's, God, I lived in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, I was very, my girlfriend nailed it. She said, you look very alarming.
Oh, wow.
People in New Hampshire, if I walk into the room, like they kind of like take notice and like, wait, what the fuck's this motherfucker doing? Civilized? I'm somewhat alarmed by his presence. I love New Hampshire.
I've never been.
It is, everybody is so, on the one hand, it's the most libertarian state, but they are so socially conservative that they all wear flannel.
Oh, God.
All the time. Listen, I once ran a stop sign and cut off a cop.
Oh.
He let me off with a warning because I apologized.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, like they are the nicest goddamn people. Like if you're a civilized human being, and I'm mostly civilized.
Mostly.
I'm honestly, man, I'm psychologically I'm more of a West Coaster. Nevada, well, I mean California is way too hippie for me, but you know, like Nevada, I fucking love Nevada. It's like a bunch of crazy people that are cranked up a little bit too hard, and fuck it, let's get drunk. Bars are open 24/7.
I gotta go. I wish I could have made it while you were out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back out there. Don't worry.
Sweet.
I mean, I'm looking at a really nice place here in Canada, but you know what? I'm gonna do what I can for Canada.
Gotta do it. Well, I try to look at it this way, Davis. America hit the absolute bottom of its cuckness with Obama, and then we had the reaction with Trump, maybe something like that will happen with Canada, where you reach your absolute cuckness with Trudeau, and maybe something after Trudeau will come along better in reaction.
I sure as hell hope so. I'm not seeing it on the horizon yet. Most
Still there? Davis.
my folks are they seem to think that the problem is these young kids just need to get their heads on straight, and then they'll get real careers and buy houses and have family. Like, no, we've got an endemic goddamn problem right now.
Yeah. Now, is that worse in Canada than America, the youth thing?
I think it is. I think it is because you know what, you still have opportunity in America if you're broke.
That's true.
Like even again, hanging out in Tennessee, I saw the good and the bad. You know, I saw the honest people, and I saw the opiate addiction, and I also saw the general, like the honest people, their lives were being eroded by this transnationalism. Like
Absolutely.
They could not put their finger on it. That's why people like you and I exist. That's what our duty is to point. This is sucking the lifeblood out of the good, honest people.
I agree completely.
But see, even the poor ones, even the ones that were lost into depravity, into drug addiction, they still had, like, in the United States, you can be poor. You can't be poor in Canada.
Oh.
Brother, I'm smoking the cheapest cigarettes on the market right now. They're $12 Canadian.
Damn.
I was smoking lovely filtered cigars. They were $2 American in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. I miss the cheap cigars in Virginia.
Which was more expensive than Vegas.
Oh, my God.
And liquor is about 50 to 100% more expensive.
Damn.
You cannot be poor in Canada. And there is no... I swear to God, man, the working class, like the blue collar, the poor people, that really is, that is the fertile ground that makes a nation.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you've got a field growing crops, you know, you've got like these wheat, these shacks of corn or whatever it is, you know, like you can deal with the Dust Bowl if you have a bunch of corn in your field. Mm-hmm. But as soon as you harvest that corn and you go to plant anew, the Dust Bowl kills you. See, the lower class life, the impoverished life, if you make a bad gamble or you screw everything up or whatever it is, you can say, okay, I fucked up. I'm going to spend a year working at the box factory and get my shit back together. You know?
That's me right now.
Yeah, precisely. It's a hell of a lot harder to do that. If you dip below the poverty line in Canada, you are out for the count.
Oh, wow. Why is that? Is that left some like class system from Britain held over, or it's just pure economics?
It is pure economics. It has absolutely nothing to do with classism. Nothing whatsoever. I wish it did. Part of the reason is that you Americans are bringing H-1Bs to take over all your tech jobs because you like, you know, geeky slaves. Here in Canada, we have H-1Bs for workers at gas stations.
Holy shit.
I swear, like, I am shocked when I see a white person working fast food that is under the age of 60.
Wow.
Yeah, they're saying Canadians don't want to work for minimum wage, so we need to bring over Indians and Africans and sea Mexicans and you name it.
I love seeing Mexicans for Filipinos. I'm sorry. Go on.
That's exactly what they are, and it's not like the Korean immigrants or it's not like the like the Korean immigrants came over here to start a fucking business and cheat on their taxes, but they brought their wife and their kids, and they probably anticipate that their kids are eventually going to marry into the white race. That's entirely different from some 21-year-old Indian that's coming to Canada because the international finance has destroyed the economy in his country and he's desperate, so he's willing to be a slave to an international corporation.
Right.
I swear, you go to the goddamn mall complexes. You know, you look up at the stats on this province, and at least when I left, it was less than 3% black. But I see black people every goddamn time I go into a convenience store.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're poor in Canada, Canada's the place that likes. They're now talking. There's some asshole on conservative talk radio trying to talk the mayor into mandating winter tires in the province.
Oh.
And oh, that's great. Listen, if I could afford winter tires, I would have winter tires. They are fucking wonderful. They are cool. They are awesome. And if my insurance company would give me a discount for them, hey, maybe I'd buy them. As it is, you know? So you got poor people now. They can barely afford their cars. Now you tell them that they need winter tires to have car insurance. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to drive without insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it would be wonderful if we could legislate morality into practice. Doesn't tend to work that well.
Nope.
Now, part of it, in Canada's defense, to be perfectly fair, part of it is that America has an unfair trade deal with China for manufacturing. So manufactured projects are much cheaper in America than they should be. And Americans are living off of credit right now.
Undoubtedly. I'll agree with that completely.
Yes, and Canadians don't have direct access to that credit. So manufactured goods are more expensive here. Honestly, like cell phones are about twice the price.
Damn.
I bought a $40 cell phone in the United States. Apparently, I can't get it hooked up here, even though it's unlocked. And the cheapest equivalent is like 110 Canadian.
Wow.
So I said, fuck off. I don't need a cell phone that bad.
Damn.
You know what? It just seems like there's this leeway in the States that if you can be broke in the States. You can be minimalist in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Canada, it's like as soon as you fall below that, I don't know how the fuck. Maybe people sign up for all these disabilities. You know, they get an apartment that the government pays for.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how the hell all that shit works.
Yeah.
But it's pretty fucking vicious. This is the price of free healthcare. Socialism, god damn it. You know, there's this post the other day by what's his name? He's one of those like really intelligent motherfuckers that drives me nuts because he's too smart for his own good. I tweeted about it. It's called the hidden price increase. That even when you control for inflation, like controlling for inflation, almost everything has gone up 3 to 12 times as expensive as it was back in the 1950s.
Yeah.
Drives me up the wall that nobody talks about this. Yeah, and I've got an ounce of sympathy for the people demanding a higher minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like, I mean, their solution's not the solution, but I know where they're coming from. The minimum wage is completely fucked.
Oh yeah.
Again, in Canada, nobody will work for minimum wage in Canada, or at least not in Calgary. They won't work for minimum wage.
Huh.
And yet the corporations still insist on paying minimum wage, so we bring in slaves from the third world.
Wow. Wow, that is different. Because even here, like, obviously, there's this. Everybody wants the quick and easy way in America, but Americans will still work for minimum wage if they have to survive.
Well, it's because you can actually get ahead on minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Canada, if you accept, like, if you are paying rent, minimum wage, he will not break even at the end of the month.
Wow. Well, from the Americans' perspective, I'm sorry, David, to interrupt, but I can't relate to the healthcare thing because we don't have the socialized medicine you do. But I can add this: it is hard in America today under Obamacare to get a full-time job for minimum wage. You will get 30 hours. Everybody I work with at my job works 2 jobs because under Obamacare, if you have to work, if you're paid full-time, the company has to give you health insurance. So companies now are just hiring people for part-time so they don't have to provide that Obamacare health insurance.
Do what's funny is how they test it in different countries. Now in Canada, it's like anytime, listen, if you actually go for healthcare, it's not free. You know, like if you need an ambulance, you're gonna get $150 bill.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, if anything, you would think an ambulance might be free since it's like an emergency.
Right.
No, you're gonna pay through the fucking nose for that. Now, if you need $1 million of obesity treatment, yeah, the government will pay for that, but you still have to pay, you know, $50 a year for your health card. You have to pay, like, there's all these goddamn fees they ding you with.
Right.
So I have not had healthcare in Canada in goddamn almost 10 years.
Wow.
Because I don't use it. Why the fuck would I pay to register for it?
Right.
Now, the sad thing is that when I do eventually go to register, they might try and say, you owe us $500.
Mm.
I'm going to say, fuck you, I was in international waters for the past decade. Prove I wasn't. If the government really wants money from you, they'll fucking send somebody to get it. You know, it's usually not worth it for them. But listen, let me give you a way. This is how they beta test things. Now, in the United States, they introduced all these disgusting labels on cigarette packages. And people complained. People in the United States said, these are disgusting. I'm bringing my kid into the convenience store, and she's seeing pictures of an eyeball with a needle shoved in it. My kids are crying. These are fucking disgusting. Take them off.
Right.
So in Canada, what they did, first they passed a law saying that you need to hide cigarettes from minors because you don't want to rape the eyes of minors with packages of cigarettes at the convenience store. So all the cigarettes are covered up.
Right.
You walk in to buy a pack of cigarettes and you can't even see what's available. 3 years later, they introduced the really offensive and disgusting packaging for cigarettes. Because they beta tested in the United States, it didn't work out that well. So they figured out they need to cover it up in Canada before they pulled that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides are being played against the middle.
No argument. Yeah. Oh, this is why we need a revolution.
Well, and it is happening. I mean, I think that's like really the point I want to get to is that this whole damn deep state thing. And I mean, the fight is still on.
Right.
Okay, we still have an enemy to crush. And how wonderful is that? We should be very thankful that we still have an enemy to crush, because life would get boring without one.
That's why I'm not a liberal. World peace would be so boring. Utopias would be god awful. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, we've still got that enemy, and we're winning. They are showing their hand. Listen, Canadians, I am very, very disappointed in Canada, coming back to it. Did I tell you about my welcome at the border?
No, you didn't.
My welcome at the border was 2 hours of having my car searched.
Oh, good God. What was the justification?
I'm weird.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, refugees are walking across the border, and the Canadian healthcare system is obligated to pay for their medical service.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, I don't get medical service because I haven't registered for a damn health card.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. Yeah.
Yes, all hail Hydra.
Yeah. So disgusting. That's why we have to keep fighting, like you said. The enemy's still there.
And you know what? It's a lot deeper. It's the one disagreement I've been having with, oh hell, let's hit the nail on the fucking head. Why the fuck not? I've been drinking.
Go ahead. Wouldn't expect none less.
I'm goddamn sick of hearing about how people like Sargon of Akkad are on our side. Sargon of Akkad sold me out because he was trying to suck up the Thunderfoot, even though 2 years before that he'd been trying to suck up to me and Base FZZ, Sirius.
Mm-hmm.
He sold me out, called me a liar, and guess what? I'm a K-type. Calling me a liar, that's fighting words. I don't forgive that easily. I don't fucking lie, and I don't like people that call me liars. I mean, you can listen. You call me a faggot, I don't care. Whatever. I talk like a fag, according to people in the South. Whatever. Not offended. You call me a fucking liar? You call me dishonest? You call me a traitor? Yeah, that's pistols at dawn. Then he went and, after Gamergate completely shit the bed, first of all, he turned that whole damn movie into a joke. That goddamn, that movie should have been good.
Mm-hmm.
It turned into a goddamn joke. That it took me 2 years to clean all of that up.
Yeah.
So him cheaping out helped turn that movie into a goddamn joke. Then, a year later, he says Gamergate has won. What the fuck did it win? As far as I can tell, Anita Sarkeesian is still talking to the UN. If anything, Anita Sarkeesian is even more powerful, because look at these two fucking idiots that tried to make a movie about her, and they're completely fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can tell, all these people are still in gaming journalism. There are a couple of concessions that meant absolutely nothing. And now recently, he's on the Trump train. He's one of us because he opposed Thunderfoot on Brexit, because he has a better political sense than Thunderfoot on which way the winds are going. Here's the thing. If our definition, if our identity is whatever way the winds are going, then our current advantage will be pissed away very, very quickly.
Good point.
We temporarily got inside their OODA loop. I'm you might know what the OODA loop is. Let me explain this. It is the OODA loop is invented by the best general that America has ever produced, who was not promoted to general because he was too fucking smart. Colonel Boyd of the Air Force. Observe, orient, decide, act. He broke down. He was based upon Air Force combat, fighter plane combat.
Right.
Observe, orient, decide, act.
I like that.
And it's a constant loop. Every time you do that, you do it again. Observe, orient, decide, act. And the guy that wins the fighter jet battle is the one that gets inside the other person's OODA loop. You want to be the guy that knows how your enemy is going to react. So you, for example, fire off a missile and he veers to the right, and you knew he was going to veer to the right. You want to be inside his OODA loop. If you can control his actions, you can control him and you can defeat him. And what I worry about with the whole Trump thing is that we are very much becoming reactionary. The way Trump we were never reactionary. The manosphere was not reactionary. It started off, and listen, all due respect to Paul Elam. And on the off chance he's listening, sir, no disrespect to you. I have a great deal of respect for you, sir. But the way that we routed feminism was not by demanding more human rights in the court of law, where the feminists rule things. The way we routed feminism was by turning feminism into a fucking joke. Same thing with the Hillary campaign. Pepe the Frog. Old lady yells at frog. And there's a new version where apparently there's some like garbage pigeon or something.
Trash bird, the purple bird, yeah.
Yes, and that's now the new racist symbol. And the liberal media is, no, we can't say it's racist. They're tricking us. That's getting inside their OODA loop. But if we start responding to them, if we start reacting to them, they are inside our... Listen, This Week in Stupid is entirely predictable. It is entirely OODA loop. This Week in Stupid justifies more funding for feminism. Can you show me one person on the planet Earth that watched This Week in Stupid by Sargon of Akkad and said, holy shit, I've been a feminist my entire life, but he just made a really good point. I'm not going to be a feminist anymore. Not a single one.
Nope.
All of us that already, took the red pill or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We watched that. We laughed the stupid feminist doing art with vaginal blood. I send that to my mother. She doesn't even watch it. She thinks it's fucking disgusting. She wants nothing to do with it. She thinks Sargon of Akkad is foul for even promoting that.
Right.
It convinces absolutely nobody, and it proves that the right wing is bullying feminism.
Good point.
Now, let's not throw stones in glass houses here. Every single one of us has done a This Week in Stupid video at some point.
I'm guilty.
Actually, as I recall, Roosh did an article about what if rape were legalized, which was an entirely reactionary, satirical piece. What the fuck good did that piece do for him?
Yeah.
He has never taken any heat for his doctrines of neo-masculinity, which is one of the best things he's ever written. He has taken almost no heat for his article on the culture of critique, which really blew open people's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It actually changed the entire nature of the dialogue on the Roosh V forum when he wrote that.
Yeah.
But if rape were legalized, caused him endless stress, it gave the feminists endless ammunition, it did not give him any benefit. And this is, good Lord, this is not a critique of Roosh. Okay, this is not an attack on him, because Lord knows, I've made the same damn things. My point is that when we start embracing these edgelords, like Sargon of Akkad, like about 90% of the 1488ers out there, when any of these edgy motherfuckers that love making controversial points, they are making them at the detriment to our entire fucking movement for their own cheap, short-term supply.
Bang on, Davis. Bang on.
Thank you. And that is what drives me nuts about this cocksucker. Not like yes, he stabbed me in the back. He cost me 2 years. Like, listen, I'm not angry at Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot's punishment is being Thunderfoot.
That fucking neck.
Who the fuck would want to be Phil Tinas Mason, for crying out loud? My problem is when I start hearing people on the right saying, well, Thunderfoot's starting to come to it. No, the motherfucker's a windmill. Okay? He's a goddamn weather vane. He twists in whatever way the weather is going. But at the same time, exactly like a weather vane, exactly like a solar mill, he sucks the energy out of the weather. You put up a big solar fan, it's not free energy, motherfucker. That energy is being sucked out of the natural currents of the atmosphere. You put up a dam, it slows down the frickin' river. You start paying attention to a dam. You start saying, well, we need to do more of this dam. Sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes you need a Trump to build a wall. Sometimes you need a dissolute motherfucker that's been divorced 3 times to say, hey, this far and no further, and you build a goddamn wall. Other times, you build a dam and you flood out a whole bunch of vital agricultural region. And that's what I think Sargon of Akkad is.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I would put it like this, Davis. You have to be like Trump in this sense. Trump, let's say it like this. The reason the right, up until now, for the past 50 years, has lost is because the right reacts to the left. The left does something, the right reacts to it, and giving the left the power of the dialogue, the movement, whatever. Trump has changed the game, and he basically ignores the left. He's going to do what he's going to do, and he makes the left react to him.
We need blitzkrieg.
Yes.
We need to be on the attack. And that does not mean going and looking up the latest piece of shit posted by Jezebel and pointing out all the ways it was dumb. You know, we already have what's that stupid slut married to the Canadian?
There's
Whatever.
a lot of
Yeah, there's a lot of them. No, being on the attack means actually creating a positive message.
no,
Creating
yes.
a prescription. Creating a mission plan. And it does not need to be the perfect mission. You know what? This is one of the things. You know, the reason you follow orders in the military is because a bad order is better than no order. At least a bad order might get something done. No orders aren't going to get anything done.
Right.
So we all need to be out there creating positive iterations of what the fuck it means to be a Western civilized human being.
Yes.
And calling feminists stupid on YouTube is sure as fuck not the solution.
Nope. I agree.
So Craig,
I mean,
Craig,
what?
I was going to ask you.
Yes.
While I get more ice, I thought you might be able to enlighten the audience on the importance of the Chinese market in cinema.
Ah, okay. Well, the Chinese market is the one everybody wants to hit in the film industry. America, as percentage of gross in the world, does not match Hollywood. What I mean by this is they make a movie for, let's say, the third Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever. It's going to cost $200 million to make, plus what do you add in publicity? There is no way they're going to make that in America usually. So they concentrate on overseas. You can take any movie of the last 15 years, really, and the vast majority of the money for that movie has come from overseas. Lord of the Rings is a perfect example. It makes $200 million in America, but it ranks in the next $600 million from abroad. So Hollywood's going to concentrate on that. And the largest market right now that everybody wants to break into is China, because that's where the growing middle class is. That's where all the new consumers are coming for. So everybody in Hollywood in the film industry is trying to break into China. That's why you're seeing more Asian television shows, like that stupid show on ABC, Off the Boat, where it's about a Vietnam or Chinese or Vietnamese fan. They're trying to break into the Asian market, and that's because that's where a lot of the development, that's where the West was in the 1800s is where Asia is today. So everybody's trying to break into it. Like I said, I was in Prague this summer. I was studying the business, and there was a couple of professional screenwriters there, and they told me everybody's trying to break into China. These two guys, they wrote a sitcom, and they wrote it for a friend who used to be a Chinese actress in the industry because they're trying to break into that industry. That's why Michael Bay, it was about a month ago, I read an article where Michael Bay, director of Transformers and all those other movies, he greenlighted a script, I'm not joking, about a Trump-like dictator who's taken down by a Chinese secret agent. This is financed by the Chinese company. They're trying to appeal to that taste. So, and a lot of the old Jewish money in Hollywood is actually getting pushed out by Chinese production money. So that is the gold mine where everybody's trying to get into today. I myself are trying to do that. I'm not going to give a name because I'm a shitlord. She's not. I don't want to bring shit to this girl. She's a wonderful girl. I love her. I went to grad school with a Chinese girl from Malaysia. She just published a book, and I'm trying to get to, and she just published her first book with a major publisher, and I'm trying to get, when it comes time to that, I'm going to try and get the rights to that book, the screen rights, so I can break into the Chinese market. That's where everybody's trying to go today. It's because that's where the money is.
I just showed up where he said that's where the money is. Well, and that's actually some of the speculation on Rogue One. I believe Red Letter Media covered this. And I was thinking of you when they covered this, because you told me this a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
The honorable suicide story, which was implicit to Rogue One, which I haven't seen. I've got no real opinions on the damn thing.
I've seen it. Yeah, I know. It's the Chinese character does the honorable sacrifice. Yes.
Actually, I think that all of you motherfuckers should stop watching Star Wars movies. Actually, no wait. Let's bitch about Star Wars after this.
The Pause Awakens, the one last year, was actually better than this one in my opinion. But go ahead. That's pretty bad.
From what Red Letter Media said, and I tend to agree with them because it matches up with exactly what Craig has said, is that the entire premise of a bunch of failures going on a suicide mission is very, very, it's, I mean, we like the story too, but it's even more powerful in China, and so it was kind of designed for the Chinese market.
Yeah.
And,
so what? I didn't watch the review.
Oh, it's a good review. He even did a response telling all of his audience that they're idiots for criticizing his review, and it's a completely justified response. I don't really got much more to say than that. That China is a major part of the world population. If you make a movie that translates to Chinese well, then you've got a hit movie. It'll make money.
Well, I've been thinking about this lately. You look at something. I'm not trying to pick on the Beckloff and his movie taste. You look at something like the Marvel movies; those translate well overseas. It's a globalized movie in the sense that anybody can relate to it. There's nothing really American about it. I just read a book on George Lucas, and it talks about his relationship with Francis Ford Coppola and all those other guys when he started out in the 70s. If you look at those really 70s movies, excuse me, Taxi Driver, The Godfather, American Graffiti, Apocalypse Now, The French Connection, all those, we think of these great movies from the 70s. They're not made anymore. Bonnie and Clyde, Shampoo. Why aren't movies made like this anymore? Because they're too American. American stories like that don't transfer overseas. That's why black stories don't transfer overseas. I'm not joking. That's that producer I talked about just now when you were away at the Ice, Davis, when I was in Prague. I asked him about the Oscar So White controversy from last year. And he told me he was talking to a movie executive, and he said, so what? The Chinese don't want to see black people on screen. I could have the greatest script in the world. I could bring a script in the best action script since Indiana Jones. They'd be like, oh, this is awesome. This is going to be huge overseas. You know, this is going to be a great movie. It's going to make $1 billion. Who do you want to be in the lead? I go, Idris Elba. He goes, we got a problem. I can't sell this movie in China now. It's those real American stories. It's all a globalized culture to appeal to the Chinese. No, because a person in China will not get the depths of Taxi Driver, but he'll understand a Marvel movie.
Well, and here's the thing. Do we want to offer something better than Marvel movies for the globalized culture? Because
right.
As much as we hate the globalists, like it or not, this is a global culture. Guess
right.
what? On your internet browser, on your internet machine, you know, it's 2 clicks away from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Al Jazeera.net, CA, com, I don't fucking know what the hell it is, but, you know, it's not that far of a click away.
Mm-hmm.
Like it or not, we are a globalized culture at this point. And the thing is, are we going to have empty, vapid Marvel movies where all of the heroes murder a whole bunch of East European patriots in the first 5 minutes of the movie, like they did in Age of Ultron?
Oh, I didn't see that. I haven't seen any of the Avenger movies.
Man, the first 5 minutes is them murdering 17-year-old conscripts in Eastern Europe
Oh
in a
God.
castle. Because America, fuck yeah. Globalism, fuck yeah.
Yeah. So I'll add this and I'll let you continue, Davis. So we're all, whatever term you want to use, new right, alt right, the Western, I don't care what term you want to use. I don't really care. I just concern Western nationalists, American nationalists, whatever. Patriot. So if you don't like this globalized, if you want those kind of stories, you have to support anybody in the alt right or whatever that's making this stuff, and oh God, what is it? Anne, our friend Anne, she knew Matt and all them. Anne Sterringer.
Oh yeah. I'm working on. I was supposed to be working on it a week ago. I got the microphone a week ago. I'm doing the audiobook of Nifsquam.
Excellent. So the point I was making was Anne Sterringer made the point that why would people make alt-right art when the alt-right doesn't buy it? We have to support the artists doing this kind of thing if you want that authentic culture and you don't want the global culture. Because the whole Hollywood global culture, that's the same beast, but it's a different beast. We have to make the subculture stuff at the same time while working on that. I'll let you continue now, Dave, so whatever point you were going to make.
Well, I'm going to follow up on that. Is
Buy Broken Roads.
and listen, guys, I do have a very good podcast. People have really liked it so far. $1 a month, you get the podcast, and I will also endeavor to make better videos, like quarterly. Anyway, yes, like Silent Storm. I was happy to pay $10. It's $10 on Steam, guys. Go buy Silent Storm. If you like the whole tactical XCOM type shooter, buy it. I mean, it's got rough edges. It's got problems, but it's a damn good game. And it's a Russian developer. There is, I have I'm not going to say anything more. I think I will do a live stream. I'm going to replay the game as the Nazis, and do a let's play of it. And I'm familiar with at least 90% of the secrets. I good luck finding all of them because there's no information on this damn game. It's like this hidden ancient from the pre-internet days before we had online walkthroughs. You had to buy them at the goddamn video game store.
I have a collection of those. I used to love those books.
It's Jesus, a very interesting game. I think I don't want us to become a niche community of there's only buy Christian, don't buy Harry Potter.
Oh no, Dave, I wasn't saying that at all.
I know you weren't. I think that it's all of us. I actually think the alt-right needs to recognize the global aspect of what we're doing.
Yes.
We are starting off as a nationalist, a white movement saying we've got a fucking right to exist. But have you heard of the Hoteps?
The Hoteps? Oh yeah, the black group. Yes, through Matt Parrott. Yes.
Yeah, and they've got an article on the alt-right saying why they support and agree with and ally themselves with the alt-right. See, we start off as a nationalist movement, but we start extending branches because no man survives by himself.
Right.
Like part of my point of the podcast, analyzing the game Silent Storm, is that in real life, you know why you don't have fucking mech suits? Is because mech suits break down way too easily, and the weak point is the guy reloading your ammo. You cannot reload the ammo in a mech suit on your own. There's going to be some 17-year-old kid like in The Matrix
I was just thinking that. Yes.
Yeah, complete fucking cartoon dedicated to that guy, and all he does is reload fucking ammo. But here's the thing: if you're the invader, you just shoot that fucking kid, and the guy runs out of ammo 30 seconds later, and then he's nothing but a bunker with a warm body in it.
Right.
This is why mech suits don't exist. I do a bigger thing in the podcast, but mech suits don't exist for a reason. We could build them. And in fact, like one day, if I have the money, I will build a goddamn Panzerklein with a goddamn diesel engine on the back instead of batteries, because fuck it, diesel engine, why the fuck not? And it will work, and it will carry miniguns, and it will be cool as shit, and it will be completely useless in actual infantry combat. Because it's not about the guy that stands all by himself. It's about the guy that stands with community.
Right.
And I think that ultimately what the alt-right, the end goal of the alt-right, is a healthy global community.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you an analogy, Davis. Well, obviously, alt-right, I'm most worried about white Christian society. That's my first priority. We can make an alliance with people. That's my first priority. But I'll give you an example. It's these fucking globalists, George Soros cocksuckers want to destroy us all. One of the most eye-opening events in my life. It was so tiny you would have missed it if you weren't paying attention. It was like a light bulb went off in my head. In 2010, before I moved to Virginia, where I really started my time with the alt-right, I went to New York City to meet a friend, and I was on the train to meet him in Hell's Kitchen or wherever we're meeting down there at the Bowery. So I'm looking around. New York City, one of the most diverse places in the world. And I got this whole train full of people. There's the Asian chick, there's the black guy, the Indian, the Muslim, the white surfer. We had it all. It was all there. It was the bus and speed. Every minority and ethnicity was there. What were they all doing? Were they all interchanging? Were they speaking different languages? Were they all interchanging knowledge of the culture? No. Every single fucking person on that train in 2010, all these different races and ethnicities, were all sitting there in the same corporate clothes with their heads down with earbuds in. Nobody was talking. It was just It was a global consumer culture of different skin colors.
Photo and just put diversity at the bottom.
Yeah.
It would have nailed it.
That's exactly it. I was like, holy shit.
I want real fucking diversity.
Yeah.
I want real goddamn and listen, diversity. Earlier on in the conversation, I was defending the Asian immigrants, even though, quite frankly, half the reason they're doing so successfully in Canada is because they cheat on their taxes.
I was just going to come back to that. I'll add my point when you get yours. I'm sorry. I was going to go right back to that.
But I mean, like, good for them for cheating on their taxes, because why the fuck not?
Yeah, fuck the government.
But you know what? Like, again, they move here as patriarchal units. They move here, like, either as individuals with a plan to bring their wife with them, who is, given the fact that 10 years later, they still have a successful business and marriage, she was not jumping on every Chad cock over in China. She was actually faithful. What a crazy fucking concept. They're actually coming here as a patriarchal unit with their distinct culture that they're not going to drop, but also with the intention of becoming Canadian. Let me toss in another conversation I had with my mother. My mom told me that, like when your great grandfather moved here, he was called a wetback. Because he was too poor to boat over here, he probably had to swim. Thus, wetback. That's where that comes from.
Right.
Originally applied to Italians. And I said to my mom, you know what? Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe when the jock says to the skinny kid, why don't you work out, faggot? Within reason, that might be a good thing.
Right.
My great-grandfather learned English, and my family has not spoken Italian since then.
Mm-hmm.
Because we became Canadians. A unique form of Canadians. We have our distinct culture. Hell, our family line fought on both sides of World War One. They all died out on the other side, so we only fought on this side in World War II. But we became fucking, like, my ancestors came here to a goddamn country ruled, that Freudian slip, by a bunch of filthy, degenerate Anglicans, and yet they became Canadian. And so maybe a little bit of racism towards new immigrants ain't such a bad idea.
No.
Like, you Koreans, if you want to move here and open up your businesses, that's okay. But your daughters and sons had better marry white people and become white. Or become some weird mix or whatever. They better become fucking American.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I just say shut the borders and let them stay what they are over there, and we'll stay what we are over here, so we can have true diversity.
Oh yes, also that. The problem is there's no simple answer to that. At what degree do you shut the borders?
Yeah,
The
it's
problem
much.
is we're letting in absolutely everybody, and the only people that are really benefiting. Like, listen, I was working on my immigration to the United States. I've had to come back to Canada. I'm working again on my immigration to the United States because this country is cucked. Meanwhile, how many fucking refugees moved over there and were given food stamps?
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a fine. You only want immigrants that actually want to immigrate, that actually want to assimilate to the culture, that actually want to be American or German or whatever. And you know what? A small number of Africans, some African family, they served the German overlord in Africa, and they maintained German traditions. And their great grandson says, "I want to move to Germany to support the great German Republic, and create a dynasty that will last 1,000 years." You know, that German guy, I don't got a big problem with him moving to Germany.
Right. No. The problem is we bring in too much and we distort the original culture, so it no longer says. It's pure numbers. Like you said, Davis, if you have a small percentage of the population of immigrant they add a little flavor to it, it's not that big of a deal. But if you add too much, that culture coming in will replace the other one. That's the problem we have today.
Actually, you know what? A great just occurred to me. If you allow zero immigration, you get Mandarin China. You get a civilization that should have taken over the world, but stagnates for 1,000 years until white people show up and introduce heroin to it. So yeah, like, we do need to be part of a global culture. We do need a little bit of immigration. A little bit of immigration is good. It's the spice to the pot. But you don't make an entire pot out of bloody pepper, do you?
Nope. The other problem we have today, Davis, is that we have a tyranny of the minority. And what I mean by this is where the host culture, the majority, is expected to bend over backwards and change its ways to accommodate the newcomer minority.
Oh, Canadians are the absolute worst for this. At least Southerners can tell a Canadian he sounds like a faggot. that same bar I was at, I happened to drop in conversation with the bartendress that like 25% of girls that wear Uggs have chlamydia,
Oh,
which is apparently that's a scientific fact. And
oh God.
she says, "Well, I'm wearing Pumas. What does that say about me?" And I looked at her and said, it says that if some of the Negro scuffs your Puma, you're going to put a cap in their ass." Which, funny joke. She was so upset that I said Negro.
Negro.
Like, oh, that's racist. It's like, God damn it. Canadians, go visit Africa. Go live in Zimbabwe for 6 months.
They won't survive.
I mean, listen, I love the Africans, okay? Like, I love especially the American blacks, okay? The American blacks are fucking wonderful. But they are very fucking distinct, aren't they?
Oh yeah. Just come to my work every day.
Yeah, funny thing. When you're looking for apartments here in Canada, inner city is advertised positively.
Oh God.
That's
not in America.
It's a really good thing to have an apartment in the inner city. They're going to charge you $200 more for rent. It's like, it's in the inner city. And it's so fucking funny after coming out of the United States, where inner city is a euphemism.
Yep.
As well as a geographical indicator. Honestly, I wish Canadians would get 2 days experience with the blacks. The good and the negative. Okay, because there is some good. It's not all negative either. But there's this major, like the whole myth of racists are all the same. You really can't quite convince Americans of that, no matter how many Will Smiths show up on TV.
Never gonna happen.
Canadians are quite convinced of that, and they think Negro is a racial slur.
Well, they need to. Sounds like Canada needs a little more diversity.
You know what? I think it just might, and it's going to get exactly what it needs.
Well, I'll just point to my work again. Like I said, I'm the only white boy at my work. I work in I work at a local place and I unload trucks. I work in the back warehouse. I'm the only white guy in the back. Now, my coworkers have never treated me badly. One guy's an asshole, but he's an asshole to everybody. He doesn't count. My coworkers never treated me badly as a white boy. We have a good camaraderie. They'll throw out the racial joke every day, but it's very innocent. Like one day I was talking about how I like watermelon, and they're like, "Man, you must be part black. You must be one of those light-skinned brothers." That kind of light thing. But there is a what?
Were they woke?
They were woke.
And shit.
Yeah, but there is probably because I'm American, like you said, Davis. But we're not the same. There's a difference between us. It's not a supremacist good or nothing. We're just two different people. So you know what I mean?
We move in different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, this has always been my issue with Eastern Europeans. And
okay.
The first form of racial diversity that I really ran into. Sustained racial diversity, let's say. What the
fuck was that?
I have
somebody calling you?
Apparently, my damn how do I shut this up? It's constantly on my damn phone and on the damn internet. No, I don't even know what this is. I don't even have an app open. Fucking every app is closed. I'm pretty sure they just stopped calling. Thank you, Google Plus. Thank you for raping the shit out of my computer, which had its fucking speakers. Oh, well, they're on now, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, first introduction to racial diversity was Eastern Europeans. Eastern European immigrants or refugees from Kosovo.
Oh.
And I served with a large number of Eastern Europeans, Polacks and Russians, in my military unit. I had many a drink with these people. And I liked them quite a bit. And I will tell you with all sincerity, I don't get along with them very well. I love them to death. They are wonderful fucking human beings. I very much approve of their existence upon the earth. Okay? But these damn, I just do not communicate very well with Polacks or Ruskies or Serbians. We just do not speak the same fucking body language. They freak me out and I freak them out. They think I'm being all aggressive. You know, actually, all right. I had this priest. He was a Polak. And he's telling the story of going over to he got invited to a family dinner. And after the family dinner, it's an Italian family, he said, "Man, I didn't know your family argued so much." And the woman said, "Wait, we weren't arguing tonight. We were having fun."
It's Italian.
You know, you got to listen. Worry about if an Italian is not angry at you. Worry when he's not. If he's yelling at you, he probably likes you. The moment we go cold is when we're plotting your murder. And I don't know, the Eastern Europeans are like a weird inverse. I don't know. They're fucking weird, man. Those Alpine whites, I don't get them. They're fucking weird. I totally approve their ability to exist and so forth, but I do not get them. I am extremely racist against them. And holy hell, I'm half Alpine white.
So what a self-hating Alpine.
Yeah. I'm the Alpines that migrated to Britain and then fucked Italians, and so I'm the weird goddamn mixture of Northeast and Southwest.
Well, can you blame them? Those Monica Bellucci Italian women are pretty good looking.
No, true. So are those Nordic chicks. Ow.
Oh, you have
Almost
no
as
idea.
sexy as the Chinese ladies.
You fuck. Davis has yellow fever. Davis has yellow fever.
They are so pretty. They got the sideways eyes, and they're you're handsome Canadian boy. I catch 403 highway. It's very fast. No. Oh, so big.
Oh, you're hopeless, Davis. I
try and get myself out, and then they pulled me back in. I'm a terrible race mixer for liking the Chinese girls.
That's all right. I have to admit I'm gonna lose every alt-right supporter now. I'm not gonna lie. I lost my virginity to the eternal enemy, the Jew, and I kind of like Jewish girls. There's just something about them.
You know that every time a white guy fucks a Jew, a male Jew orgasms.
I can't help it. Those IDF girls with guns are hot.
They seriously do have a weird obsession with our race.
No, they really do.
I mean, like all that whole interracial porn thing that's mainly pushed by them because they like their own women getting fucked by other races.
It's true.
It only seems to be a little bit more obvious when it's black on white.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe because they're all. I don't know. Have you ever seen the really alpha Jewish guy?
You know, we ought to have more sympathy to the Jews. They are so damn it, histrionic.
Hmm.
They're so obsessed. They have never had their own country. They always feel like they're being beat up upon, and their own culture is matriarchal. All that
That's so
matters,
true.
all that matters is the motherhood, not the fatherhood. So it's like cucking is built into their culture.
It's true. I mean, it's terrible to say. It's terribly stereotypical, I was going to say. But I have never met a Jewish guy that didn't have mommy issues. It's
I, I've met
true.
I've met them more than a few Jewish guys that were obsessed with fucking Catholic girls.
Ha!
And always the broken Catholic girls. And it's like why would you? And we're listen, we're not talking about we're not talking about what was it, Elenia Trump converted to Judaism for her husband.
Hmm.
No. I was at one of these weddings. It resulted in divorce 6 months later.
Oh,
Oh, and listen, it was not a Catholic wedding. Okay, it was a Catholic girl, but it was one of those whatever you feel like Christian religions.
oh,
At the wedding.
God.
I'd better order some ignore sodomite order stickers before that gets cut off the internet, because I want to post those around all of the degenerate churches in my town. But like seriously, these poor fucking Jews, man, they are so they are smarter than us, and yet they feel inadequate because we get more pussy. Their own damn religion tells them that if a white guy fucks your wife and you have a baby, it has the right of return to Israel.
Man, that is pure back to the bird cooking. Kicking the eggs out of the nest and planting your own in. God damn. No wonder they're so fucked up.
They really need to uncuck themselves. Like you want like the Jewish psychology. The problem with Jewish psychology is that they are so fucking cucked by their own religion. Which is ironic because their religion was the first patriarchal religion. Like you want more proof that Talmudism is a heresy and that y'all should be following Christ, that y'all are welcome in Christ's embrace. Look at the fact that your women are cucking you, that your religion is cucking you and making you obsess over blonde Aryan women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like let's be frank. You know what? I mean, yeah, okay, those blonde, the rare, yeah, there aren't that many of them, quite frankly. You know, one of those cute little Jewish girls with their curly little like half black, half white hair.
Oh, yeah, I know it.
Like, honey, I want you to eat my pussy tonight. No, Peg. You know what? Those little histrionic Jewish girls with their constant need for validation.
That was my ex. Yep. The one I lost too. Yep.
Yeah, and is that not the perfect match for the Jewish man?
Yeah.
If they would just unpoison themselves. The Jewish man is constant. Again, the pathetic thing about the Jewish man is that he is smarter than the white man, and yet is lost in the white man's society.
Yeah.
And he can't serve in the military the way a white man can. He doesn't feel it doesn't feel the same. I mean, he can, but it doesn't feel the same for most of them. And so they go to the porn industry to look. I'm better at fucking white women than you are. Meanwhile, his wife is fucking white cock and fantasizing about Nazis, for crying out loud.
Nazi porn is huge in Israel.
Yeah. It's like, God damn it, like the Jewish race, like the actual Jews in Israel have quite a bit to be proud of. They have a lot of ethnic pride that they should embrace.
Oh, yeah.
And what I'm saying is dude, if you're Jewish, like stop being a faggot for crying. Like you've got listen, I talk to Aspie guys that are a little bit faggoty. Yeah, and I'm like dude, stop being a faggot. Your life's not that bad. You're like Jews have everything going for them, and then they like, oh, I'm a faggot. Yeah. Like stop like, dude, you could stop being a faggot tomorrow.
Yeah.
You just got to embrace winning.
Maybe the Jew can't handle winning. That's what it seems like.
The Jew is simultaneously proud of being kosher. And like, what the hell are they ashamed of? I mean, like, listen, you and I are Catholics, so we're basically ashamed of everything we do 24/7.
Fact.
You know, and once in a while I go to confession to apologize for doing all of that terrible things. You know, but what the hell are Jews ashamed of all the time?
Being a Jew? I don't know. That was a joke.
Out loud. What the hell is this? You know, people just add me on my Gmail and start phoning me.
But maybe that's why the Jewish man is so neurotic. Like, I'm not even trying to joke here. Like, you were mentioning the Jewish girls all want white cock. I mean, what would, if you're a Jewish girl, would you rather have a guy that looked like Seth Rogen or a nice Aryan specimen like you or me, Davis? I mean, how can you have a race where the women can be so beautiful, but the men are so uniformly unattractive?
Craig's got a Jew fetish.
I'm sorry. I fell in love with Natalie Portman as a kid. What can I say in the 90s? Shut up.
Yeah, I kind of like that curly hair from Back to the Future.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, so I don't know who this guy is. They won't leave me alone, so I'm going to send him to a link to the live stream.
Oh, wonder who it is. Maybe it's a hater.
Who the fuck knows? We'll see. Like ultimately, it is goddamn fucking pathetic that they cannot find pride in their own race.
Yeah. Excuse me.
And actually, I think most of the Jewish hostility towards Aryans comes from their own dysfunction.
Go on.
It's like listen, why do feminists hate neo-masculinists so much? Global conspiracy? Like, yeah, it's sort of, but mostly it's because they're a bunch of fat, ugly dykes that can't get laid. And in my experience, like the Jews that are most hostile to Christianity, it's there's a sense of inadequacy.
You there?
That have killed like 20 fucking human beings. They're saying, I wish I was white, and they want to fuck a blonde girl.
Mm-hmm.
No, those are not.
Oh shit, we got a Harambe Nazi.
Hello.
Comrade Harambe, who are you?
My name is Herr Wolf. I am a National Socialist.
Or, forgive me if I'm revisiting this topic, but it's the mudbloods in Britain that are trying to be significant but are too lazy to work at a real job.
Exactly.
Just like, are we still online?
Oh, we are live.
Oh,
Good.
okay. I've got Windows reloading and a general crashing of the computer happening, apparently.
There we go. Right, how is everyone?
Very good.
And oh, okay. We got Harambe on.
Yeah. I was shot because I knew secrets about Hillary.
Shit, man, you got to stop randomly phoning me on Google. Okay, nobody does that. You've got my.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, though. I like fucking Bryden started some live chat, and he's got like all these beautiful white women on there, and he's trying to like explain to them how it's okay to fuck niggers and shit. And so I was calling him and trying to get on with him, and you were on the last call with him, so I tried calling you. I was just trying to get in contact with anyone so I could get in on that, and so I could start explaining to these white women why they should stop talking to this sodomite. But you know, didn't work out that way.
Harambe, you might just be our QED tonight.
QED, you reckon?
We were just talking about the destructiveness of simplistic nationalism.
Oh, simplistic nationalism? You mean like what was that? Unfiltered nationalism, unconditional nationalism, where it's just basically I was born in this country, so I support this country unconditionally. Is that what you mean?
That's actually referred to as jingoism, and jingoism is what led up to World War I. Jingoism is what fucked up Europe. It was a direct result of that
entire war. It was a fucking travesty. But no, I believe in conditional nationalism, whereas, you know, like if your country's doing good, then yeah, fucking hell yeah, like give all for your country, like lose your limbs, fucking devote your entire life to your country. But if your country's doing a shit job, there's no point in like being unconditionally nationalist because hell yeah, I was born in this country and this is the greatest country in the world. Like it's fucking stupid. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why do you have to be either completely nationalist or completely not? I don't get it. The middle ground, people. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
I know what you're saying.
Conversation goes.
Are you Australian, man?
Well, close. I'm a New Zealander. I'm a Kiwi, mate. You know.
Ah.
I'm from New Zealand. Yeah. Fucking cunt.
Okay, I got nothing against New Zealanders.
Fucking chuck some shrimp on a barbie, cunt.
I thought that was Australian. So how is it down there? So how
it's
cucked is your country?
Oh, completely. Oh, God, it's so cucked. I love it. It's beautiful. So right up until about 2 weeks ago, we had a Jewish prime minister who was constantly talking about how we need to take in more immigrants. And he tried to make this referendum where we had a new flag. And his whole reasoning was, well, you know, the country, we have a new ideology, oy vey. So we want to represent the new New Zealand with a new flag. So he tried to make this like multicultural flag. The whole idea being that the flag was multicultural and inclusive, because you know the only reason you change a country's flag is if the country's ideology has changed. You know, like when the Russians, when they had the communist revolution, they changed it to the Soviet flag, right? They didn't just say, oh well, we're still Russia, so let's keep the Russian flag. It was flags are they're political, they're not cultural. You know what I mean?
Right.
So now that New Zealand is a multicultural empire, this Jewish prime minister tried to make a multicultural flag, but like we had a referendum on it, and like 80% of the country said "fuck that," basically. So we've still got the same British flag, the same British imperial colonial flag that we've had since like 1860. It's great. I love it.
How Jewish is he?
Oh, like half Jewish. So the thing is, he on Wikipedia it says that his mother was a Holocaust survivor, which is hilarious because his mother fled Austria in 1936. So that's 2 years before Austria was annexed by Nazi Germany, which means that she survived the Holocaust by having nothing to do with it. She immigrated from Austria.
Why people get pissed off the whole Holocaust thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and this prime minister, when he was in power, he encouraged the development of this Holocaust museum here in Wellington, the capital city. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't New Zealand part of the Allies? Like, didn't we fight against this alleged Holocaust? Like, why do we need Holocaust education on the exact opposite part of the planet? Like, why do we need a giant Holocaust museum? Where are the communist Chinese massacre museums? Where are the Holodomor museums? I don't understand. We've had bigger massacres since the Holocaust, but why is the Holocaust so important? I don't get it. Fucking confuses the fuck out of me. Makes me angry and confused.
Yeah.
Angry and confused is exactly what they want you to be.
Yeah, I'm tripping out, man. I'm harambeing this shit. I'm dragging a black kid around the fucking exhibit.
Do you have blacks down there? I thought you just had Maoris.
Oh, Maoris. Yeah, fucking Maoris. All we had was Maoris, but growing up, for me, it was weird because this country has always been a white country with large Maori population, native population, and for most of their existence, they've been quite pleasant. Even though they were cannibals when we colonized this country, they literally they were cannibals. They still keep finding mass graves from like the 1860s of like just all these white villages that were just eaten to death.
Wow.
Somehow. Yeah, so like that still shows up, but we're still evil. But anyway, basically, in recent years, I've noticed that for about the last 10 years, there's been a huge influx of mass immigration. So like when I was a child, back like 15 years ago, I never saw any black people. It was only Maoris, some Asians. But now they have this thing. It's a village in Auckland, which is our largest city. There's about 1.5 million people in that city. And they literally have a village for refugees where they basically take in people from mostly Somalia, other African countries. They basically give them an education where they teach them basic math, basic English, and they get the same high school qualifications that took me 15 years to get, because it gives them a leg up. It gives them the chance to compete, which is fair enough. But I mean, they don't really speak English. They don't really know anything about English or math or science or anything, and they have the same qualifications as me. So I don't understand how I'm supposed to compete with that. And then they start exporting them from this colonist village. Refugee village. They export them to different parts of the country as per quotas. So when I was like 16, I noticed that all of a sudden there were like straight out of Africa Negroes in my city, like literally with their pants down to their knees, walking around with backwards caps. And it was like, is this Detroit or what? Like, I thought, what the fuck? That was the first time I ever saw a Negro in real life. I only ever saw them in movies, and now they're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere.
See, that's what pisses me off. I'm going to be the semantic grammar Nazi, but a fucking refugee goes to the closest safe country. How the fuck are you a refugee if you cross 2 oceans and 2 fucking continents? That just pisses me off.
A refugee.
No. You guys are being racist.
Somewhere for food and shelter for a little while. They do not travel all the way to North America.
Yeah, refugee as in refuge, as in temporary refuge, like Lord of the Rings. Like, let's just hold down here in the fucking cave and just take a breather for 5 minutes. We don't cross the entire fucking globe to get to a socialist welfare state. What a fucking coincidence.
Yeah, it's like, but see, what's going to be pedantic? Like, Assad fucking won. Like, ISIS is still around, but he basically crushed it in
enemies.
Yeah, Obama tried so hard to fund Al Qaeda and ISIS, and he still fucked them up. He still fucked them up so bad.
Yeah,
I love that shit.
So shouldn't all the refugees go fucking back to Aleppo since Assad reconquered it?
Like, there's a small number of refugees that genuinely did. Like, the whole narrative is that all these refugees left Syria because the whole country is so devastated and war-torn. And so people from districts that are war-torn have left. And some of those people are genuine. Like, they left because, holy shit, this place sucks. I don't want my kids being shelled every day going to school. And so those people are already going back because Aleppo has been liberated. All these vast swathes of Syrian countryside have been liberated, and so all these refugees are going back because they actually, like the media says, they're genuinely refugees. But the majority of them, where they show the picture of that drowned Syrian kid, where they took him from this like unflattering position and they placed him on a beach to make it look more dramatic,
Right. That's disgusting. Yeah.
That's disgusting. But that one, that's the one they keep peddling. that has nothing to do with the refugees. Like most of these refugees, quotation marks, are coming from like Libya and Algeria, and like they're just the same countries that have been flooding into Europe. But now
Oh yeah,
they're
definitely.
now they're opening the floodgates and saying, "Oh well, the Syrian civil war." Like, well, these people aren't from Syria. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're a racist.
Well, yes, I am. Fuck you.
You're not allowed to not allowed to have national sovereignty or fucking freedom. No, that's racist. Everything is racist now.
Oh, since you brought up the word racist, can I throw this idea by you guys? I've been thinking about this a while. Why is racism bad? What I mean by this is, okay, so racism is hate. You hate a person because of what the race they're born is. Isn't hate hate? Why is it worse to hate somebody for the race they were born in than the race of the sports team they like, or the race, or what religions they like? Why is this particular piece of hate worse than any other piece of hate? Isn't just hate hate?
Exactly what I was saying. With my ancestors coming to Canada and being called wetbacks, it's, you know what? Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe it told them, you got to adapt the culture, or else we're going to keep calling you wetbacks, and we won't.
How are your ancestors wetbacks though?
Say again.
This is wetbacks.
Italians.
Italian?
They were so fucking poor, they had to swim
Oh,
over here because they couldn't afford boats.
I mean, the Cubans can barely make it from Cuba to Florida, but I mean, the Italians are like, fucking what?
Wetback is actually a reappropriated slur used originally against the Italians and now applied to the Cubans.
No,
and I think it was a very, very useful, constructive slur, saying, acclimatize, prove to us that you aren't a wetback, prove to us you are a contributing member, and then we'll accept you. Our Kiwi friend, though, all those wetback Italians that came here, they crossed the Atlantic, came here, the proper PC term is undocumented Columbuses. So, or without papers, aka WAP.
WAP, yes.
WAP? Is that what WAP means?
Yes.
Yep.
No way. I love that shit. Fucking WAPs. Oh, what is it? Sicilians and niggers. Have you seen this? Have you guys seen this?
What?
That clip from, here we go. Sicilians are spawned from niggers.
Oh yeah, True Romance. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies.
I fucking love that movie. Is it Martin Scorsese?
No, it's Tarantino.
I'm Northern Italy.
You're Northern Italian.
Oh, so you're
from the
productive
Italian Social Republic.
So you're the productive Italians.
Yeah, the civilized ones that found the Roman Catholic Church and the Roman Empire.
The white Italians.
The white Italians.
Not the Arab Italians. Not the mixed race ones.
Well, I'm sorry, we can't be full Harambe gorilla like you guys from the bush down there.
Oi, mate! It's fucking racist, cunt.
Harry, you really need to get a new avatar. I think it's
really
affecting psychology too much.
It's affecting your what?
It's affecting your psychology.
What? Being a fucking gorilla?
Yes, because what starts off as irony becomes seriousness very, very quickly. And the Nazi
I am a gorilla.
Too consistent in your personality. You need to calm that shit down and have a real avatar.
The Nazi
have
shit.
An aspirational avatar. Have an avatar.
So you want me to have an avatar of Adolf Hitler or what? Like.
I'm sorry, that was good. That was good.
Well, it depends on whether or not you're suicidal.
Well, I am, but that's irrelevant. I mean, that's unrelated.
He is a Kiwi, after all.
Yeah. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't be, Fucking living on this tiny fucking island, all you got is kiwi fruit to eat. It's fucking full of Marys, Fucking, it's a fucking shithole. So,
dude, are Kiwis as insecure about Australians as Canadians are to Americans?
A lot of us are, and it is sports related, but what I don't get is why New Zealanders think that they're better than Australians, because objectively, Australians are better. Like, they have, like, literally 10 times the population, They have a landmass almost exactly the same size as the continental US. They have Abram tanks. They have jet fighters. What the fuck do we have? You know, we've got these like 40-year-old Canadian APCs. We've got some 1980s fucking
Wait,
destroyers.
wait. Did you just say that the New Zealand military uses shitty Canadian equipment? Holy
Yeah, exactly.
fuck.
No, I'm not even joking you. I'm in the army, okay? So I know this shit
No,
firsthand.
I believe listen, we used to use right when I got out, the Canadian military was just transitioning off of not using shitty Italian Air Force equipment for our army, which was known to randomly burst into flame for no reason.
Oh yeah. Do you see that picture there? I just sent you a picture into the group chat. Yeah, so basically, in the 1980s, we acquired a whole bunch of... So when the Canadians decided, okay, this shit's really old and really shitty, we're going to get rid of it, New Zealand was like, we want that shit, so we bought it off them like secondhand. Yes. So we bought that shit, and that's been our armored division. That is our tankies. We call them tanks.
Oh, I feel so bad for your zipper heads. Like we at least have leopard too.
They are light armored personnel carriers, and they are our tanks. That's all we have.
All right, listen. There's nothing wrong with the bison, as far as I know. It's not like
it's all right.
The Iltis used to burst into flame for no fucking reason. They sell them. The Iltis is sold on the civilian market. You buy 2 of them because one of them you need for replacement parts. But we actually have main battle tanks in the Canadian military. We've got Leopard 2s. Are you
really?
You have no Leopard 2s down in New Zealand?
We don't have Abrams. We don't have Leopard 2s. The Australians have Abrams. They lease them off the Americans. There was the thing is though, back in like the early 2000s, we got nothing.
APC, your goddamn armored tank division drives an APC.
A light APC. I mean, we don't even have heavy mechanized.
A light. Yeah. Not even a striker.
Okay. Literally, machine gun fire could take that thing out. Like if you had a 7.62, it's done for, and that's it. Like you might as well drive a Corolla into battle. You know, like fuck it.
Holy shit, man! Join the French Foreign Legion or something.
I want to. I seriously want to. I mean, I don't care if it's fucking brutal.
You know, one of my greatest regrets in life is I seriously considered going Marine Corps, and I didn't. I really
American Marine Corps.
Yeah, American Marine Corps. I seriously, like about 2 or 3 years into my whatever. It wasn't a deployment. I wasn't deployed anywhere, but my
recruitment.
My service. I seriously thought about going Marine Corps, and I kind of regret that I didn't. God damn! If this is your main if your main battle tank is an APC, for fuck's sakes. I thought, listen, I think the Canadian military is pathetic because we've got 3 subs that they're all in dry dock, and we've got 18 F-18s, CF-18s, Canadian F-18s.
Oh my god, dude!
And when Obama came to Canada, we had nothing but American F-18s dominating our airspace.
You know, next week I'm going to, next weekend I'm going to an air show, and there's going to be the American Air Force, the Canadian Air Force, the fucking Australian Air Force. There's going to be a shitload of F-18s. It's going to be great.
Wait. Harambe, when the fuck are you going combat arms?
Combat arms?
You're logistics.
What? Yeah, I'm logistics, but yeah, I'm fucking logistics. I get paid the big bucks, okay? You can send the fucking fast food workers, the minimum wage workers, they can man the guns, they can go to the front lines, fuck them, you know? You know, what's your IQ? 62, all right, you're on the machine gun, you know? I make the big bucks.
When are you going combat arms?
I'm not. I don't know if I am. I mean, I'll get deployed.
Stop bitching about the fucking equipment box, monkey.
Dude, come on, Dad. I'm looking at the overall like strategic significance of the army. I mean, for Christ's sake, did you know that our military? Yes, I am. Our military. We were okay. So, you know the Iroquois, right? The Iroquois choppers that were used in the Vietnam War. You know them? The Iroquois, the choppers. Yeah. So we were literally the only military on the planet to still use them up until about 6 months ago, because back in like 2002, we were still like even back in 2002, we were the only ones in the world that still used them. The only modern military to use Iroquois.
A whole bunch of Canadian soldiers died in one of those fucking death traps, trying to do a rescue mission for a bunch of fucking civilians.
So what happened was the Americans were like, whoa, you know, you have these antiques that you're using as your main choppers. So the Americans offered to buy them all off us and send them all to museums. And in exchange, they would give us a bunch of F-18s, which at the time we had these 1950s Skyhawks. So these were like British jet fighters from the Korean War that we were still using up until like the early 2000s. And they were going to swap those out and take those as well and give us a bunch of F-18s. And so we said, okay, sweet, and we'll do that.
How does
that
affect you as a logistics officer?
Well, we'll just wait. And then what happened was the Liberal government got in power and they cancelled the deal because military's evil, dude. You know, we gotta cut back on that shit, bro. Pacifism, you know. So then we cancelled that, and now we're stuck with nothing. We got no. Our Air Force has no attack equipment. Our Army has no tanks. Our Navy has no destroyers. We have nothing. We have no offensive capability whatsoever. Thanks to the fucking socialists.
Want to go fight a war?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Then join the French Foreign Legion.
I want to.
Then
that or the SAS. I will do it. Come on, Brad. Yes, I will. Come on.
No, everything's ironic and sarcastic with you.
No, it's not. I seriously want to. I actually do want to. It's just that it's not really a good.
As much as I shit
right now.
Military, as much as I shit on the Canadian military, they have some of the best goddamn troops, and I will pound for pound. No offense, Craig, but I will put Canadian troops against American troops at the drop of a fucking hat.
But America has like 100,000 times more troops.
The same Canadians have learned we are not funded enough. We have shit fucking equipment. GPS.
There are cities in America that have more people than all of Canada.
We have no idea what GPS is. Canadians know how to actually read maps.
That's true. And so do we. We're Commonwealth nations. You realize this, right? New Zealand and Canada are basically the same country.
Yeah, except I would also argue that Canadians are the best fucking soldiers on the goddamn planet. We have
New Zealanders are the best soldiers. We have
every fucking war that's happened in the past century. Canadians have volunteered for, even though we had nothing to do with it. Boer War, Canadian, my military unit.
Last century and the century before it, we volunteered for both Boer Wars back in the 1870s. We went to the Boer Wars. That was the first war we ever fought. Nigga.
But you're not combat arms. Why do you care?
Because I'm in the military and I'm militaristic and I hate black people.
And you want other New Zealanders to go kill black people for your sake?
Yes.
QED.
What's the problem, dude? I mean, come on. I was just providing body armor, ballistic body armor, to my mate who's in the infantry yesterday.
Oh, wonderful.
Like he going off to Iraq.
The quartermaster has always treated me well. Actually, they actually have treated me very well. I've got no problem.
I'm a quartermaster.
I've known.
What is your problem with quartermasters?
Hell, I was a quartermaster for a year and a half.
Yeah, I'm in QM platoon. Did you ever meet any Kiwis? Did you have any like RIMPAC fucking joint operations with New Zealand or what?
Oh no! I've got absolutely zero. I've worked with Germans. I've worked with Americans.
Germans.
I think I might have worked with British.
Okay. Well, same thing. We're basically Britain. Just as many black people.
No, I'm just saying. Why do you have all these strong opinions when you're not combat arms?
Why am I not allowed to have opinions if I'm not personally involved in those things?
Because you aren't promoting policy opinions for the sake of the republic or the constitutional monarchy of New Zealand. You're
I
promoting.
don't care about the constitutional monarchy. I would rather have a republic.
What the fuck do you serve? Who the fuck do you serve?
Oh God, here we go.
The white race.
Guess what? Well, I don't serve
What?
the white race
Why? Racist?
because I am loyal. And like right now, I do have a slightly divided loyalty. It is divided between Her Majesty the Queen of England and America.
What, that cuck? America, the Republic. There's no American Republic. What are you talking about? You live in Canada, Jew.
Well, it is slightly divided. I am,
Oh, really?
and I have some harsh words for Her Majesty about how she's been running her empire.
Running, as in not running at all. That's how she hasn't done anything. It's been a completely hands-off approach for the last 86 years. Oh dear me! It looks like we've lost the colonies. Oh, I might go for a bit of a drive then.
That's basically my criticism. But
Where are
I'm
my
still loyal.
corgis?
I am still loyal to her.
You're loyal to her. Why?
If she asked for my service, I would be there like flint.
Me too, but I don't really think that she'd ever do that. I mean, I swore loyalty to her. I actually pledged allegiance to her, and she hasn't done anything, like before or since the war. It's just a fucking travesty. That's what I'm disgusted about it.
Are you interested in being loyal to her?
No. Like if she was
Then
to do
you're
things,
not a
like
fucking soldier, and you should quit. You get the
Listen to
fuck
me.
out of the forces right now. If you do
Listen
not
to
have
me.
loyalty to Her Majesty, then you should fucking quit.
ooh,
If you want to have a political opinions, do it on your own goddamn time, civilian, not on the
oh my
army's
God.
time. Listen,
I don't
I
care about
held
her.
all of my fucking opinions back until I got
Yeah.
out of the military. And as
So do
much
I.
as
That's why I'm
love
discussing them
the
here. I don't talk
military,
about this. I'm doing this here in my own personal time. I'm doing this during
aren't you
work.
still in the military?
Yeah, I am.
Then get the fuck out.
No.
If you've got so
no.
many fucking opinions, either do
I'm
something
allowed
about it
to.
or get the fuck out.
I didn't create this situation, and I can't control this situation. I have my own
Oh, this is
personal
the
opinions,
move.
and I'm in the out for my personal reasons.
Lead, follow, or get out of the fucking way.
I'm following. I'm following like fuck. Okay. Just
Are you
chill the
loyal
fuck
to
out,
Her
dude.
Majesty then?
No, fuck her. She's a
Then
traitor.
you're not following, get the fuck out. If you are not loyal to Her Majesty,
She's a
get
traitor.
the fuck out of Her Majesty's armed forces.
Do you think she's a traitor?
If you think she is, go form your own armed
No,
forces.
no. But do
Stop
you?
taking her paycheck.
No, I'll happily take her paycheck. But do you think she's a traitor?
Do you is the important question, because I am not
Oh, no, I
accepting
know.
her paycheck.
Of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. I've already made that clear. But I'm asking if you do. I'm asking if you personally think she's a traitor. If she has betrayed her empire, her country, her people. Do you think so?
How the fuck is that relevant? I am retired.
Because I'm asking you. This has nothing to do with the military. I'm asking you if you
I
think
am
that's what she's
asking
done.
you if you have any fucking honor.
I'm asking
are
you.
a soldier.
You love this, don't you, Craig?
I'm just listening. It's quite entertaining, but I was about to interrupt. My phone's at 4% and it's 3:30 in the morning here. I have to go to bed. Davis,
Do you not have a charger?
I got a new phone today. I don't have the charger.
Okay. Well, good. I got a new phone a couple weeks ago, but okay. Good night, Craig.
Thank you very
Craig.
much, Kiwi, and Davis.
Greg,
thank you for
love
having
you,
me on.
brother.
Love you,
We need to
brother.
talk more often.
I'm gonna
I love you,
listen to
Craig.
I'm gonna listen to your discussion tomorrow morning. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy. Don't kill each other.
Have a good one. I love you, Han Solo.
I love you too, Harambe.
Guten Abend. Auf Wiedersehen. Oh, there he goes. Cool. Yeah, so what is all this? Is this trolling or what? Like, I'm not trying to be provocative or like dickish. I'm not trying to be a troll. Oh shit, are you still here? What happened? I have a feeling that you're talking, but I can't hear you. Hurrah! Hurrah, wet man.
Do you believe in
Oh, there he is. Yes, I do. I'm actually a member of the Teutonic Order. I am a Catholic.
Yeah, sure you are.
No, I literally am. I've been offered the position of Hockmeister of New Zealand, considering that there are so few young people in this country willing to take up arms or to uphold the Catholic faith, that when I said, "Hey, I'd like to join the order," they said, "Oh God, please just take whatever position we have available." It's ridiculous. They're so desperate because all their members are dying. It's like the do you have the RSA in Canada? Like the Retired Service Association, the Veterans Association. Like they have bars all over the place for war veterans. Here in New Zealand, we have a lot of them, but the problem was that all the veterans were dying, and so they had to ease off the rule where only veterans could join, and then that evolved into anyone could join. Basically, anyone could apply for membership. So it's the same. Like it's fucking sad. So when I
So
joined
you're saying you did not deserve or earn the position, but you applied
yeah.
for it nonetheless.
No. I applied and they offered the position. It wasn't that I applied for that position. I just said, "Can I join?" They said, "We would like to make you this and that." So I feel that I don't deserve it, but there's no one else taking up arms. So I want to do my best to uphold that, to expand the institution, to spread the Teutonic Order here. I have I'm a pleb, right? Like my family, we have no crescents, we have no family crescent, we have no family coat of arms. But I've created one. The Teutonic Order has created a coat of arms for my family, and so I want to pass that on to my children. So I want to try and do something significant here. I think it's quite nice, but yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to do a nice thing here. I'm not trying to this isn't like about personal glory or like role playing or cosplaying or anything like that. This is me trying to uphold the Catholic faith. I mean, like, do you have a problem with that or what? Like, come on, mate, come at me, bro. Shit,
Are you capable of being sincere? Or
I'm joking around, but no, I am being sincere. No, I seriously mean what I just said.
come at me, bro?
Yeah, that was a joke, but I seriously meant. I just feel like you're being like unnecessarily provocative and hostile.
Because you act like an asshole.
True.
Box monkey or not,
Box monkey.
you were supposed
Box
to
monkey.
be a representative of Her Majesty's forces.
Okay.
You are currently serving. I mean, like, listen,
Yes.
I make jackass comments about,
Yeah.
like here or there, I smoked some weed. I did LSD.
Mhm.
I did whatever. But guess what? You
Like
know
a
what?
nigga.
I did all of that outside of my oath of obligation.
Yeah. I haven't
You
done anything
give
like that.
a goddamn rat's ass about your oath of obligation. Do you give a goddamn rat's ass about your civilization, about hierarchy, or are you just trying to make an ass of yourself for the sake of fucking attention?
Well, I'm not trying to seek attention, and basically, I'm going to cherry pick. I do believe in hierarchy and order and all of those things. It's just when it comes to ancient institutions of royalty, I don't really agree with that. I think that royalty is an outdated system of government. I don't like that. I don't think that it should be continued, and I don't like Her Majesty. I think that she has abandoned her own oath of loyalty. She hasn't done anything to uphold the British Commonwealth. She hasn't done anything.
One thing. It is one thing for me to
That's my
criticize.
personal opinion.
No, it's not your personal opinion. That's
Yes,
your
it is. That is definitely my personal opinion.
Are you or are you not a soldier?
Yeah, of course I am.
Then you swore a fucking oath, and it's not your personal fucking opinion.
Yes, it is.
It is
And yes, I
your
did.
opinion as a oath swearing soldier who is currently breaking his oath. It is one thing for me, an ex-soldier, to criticize Her Majesty and say,
Right.
ma'am, you need to get your shit together. You need to go govern these governances. It is one thing for me to say that. It's an entirely other thing for you to take her pay stub, to
Right.
deposit that in your bank account, to go spend that on whatever the hell you spend it on, and then mouth
Drugs and
off
hookers.
the hand that feeds you.
Right. So do you believe in unconditional obedience then? Is that what you're saying? Because that's essentially what you're saying.
No, what the fuck
That is
is
exactly
that?
what you're saying.
What the fuck are you getting at?
You're saying that I should be unconditionally obedient, regardless of my own personal beliefs or
I am
the
saying that you
requests of
should
me.
fulfill your oath, sir. Sir,
I am fulfilling my oath.
Sir, when you,
Sir.
excuse me, excuse fucking me. What was that?
Okay. Are you being serious right now? I can't tell if this is
I am
satire.
being fucking serious.
Okay.
I'm being fucking serious.
Yep.
Did you just mouth me off?
You're not my
Discussing Her
superior.
Majesty, discussing our service in the military.
You're not in the military, dude. I seriously don't understand where this is coming from. Like, this is ridiculous. This whole thing seems like satire to me. I feel like I'm
You
being
don't
trolled right
have-
now.
Do you have an ounce of respect for the goddamn uniform?
Yeah.
Do you have
yeah, I
a
do.
fucking ounce of respect for the chevrons on your shoulder?
Yeah.
Did your oath of office mean anything to you?
Of course it did.
What the fuck did it mean to you, soldier?
It meant that I would serve my military and my country insofar that it would align with my own personal beliefs. If my country
No, it
was
did
to
not
actively
mean that,
engage,
motherfucker.
if my
It did
country
not
was to
mean
actively
that you get to
engage,
serve. What are you, some fucking filthy French Revolution libertarian Democrat? No,
I'm
when
definitely
you
not, I'm
made a
definitely not any
goddamn
of those things. I'm
oath
not
to
any of those
office,
things.
you
No.
agreed. You agreed to obey and serve your just authority, even unto the point of death.
I'm not disobedient.
Yes, you are.
But I'm not. I follow all
You
lawful
mouth
commands.
off. You mouth off.
To who?
Ignore the due respect, due authority.
To who? What are you talking about? I don't do that at all. You're not a superior
You have
officer.
been doing.
You're right. You're pretty worked up. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm seriously worried. Like, 'cause you seem pretty angry.
Fucking disgusted
Why?
by you. I'm about 95% certain that you've never served in the armed forces, but
Well,
I
am right
wish
now. Do you want
I
me to
could be
prove it to you?
100%. There's a 5% chance you actually did serve in
I
Her
can make you
Majesty's
100%
armed
sure
forces.
that I am serving in the Her Majesty's Armed Forces right now.
I am fucking sickened
Why?
by you. You
But
mouthy
what
little cunt.
What did
You
I do?
Little.
Calm down. Okay. Look. Take a breather and calm down. What exactly is it that you're accusing me of?
Off of my live stream.
What is it that you're accusing me of?
Filthy.
What have I done here?
You filthy, treacherous, oath-breaking piece of garbage.
What have I done?
Folks, I do not deal well with people that do not respect their oath. I am very critical of the way Her Majesty is running this government. But, I think we established earlier in this conversation the difference between a just revolution and a pinhead revolution. I'm angry. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to fulfill my obligations. Yeah, let me give you one small example, folks. Because I'm far from a perfect person. I've made a hell of a lot of mistakes in my life. And I've never liked the drug laws. I've always thought they were somewhat misguided, foolish. But I'll tell you what, folks. I swore my oath to Her Majesty back in what was it, 2000? Some time back. I swore my oath that I would obey all of the laws of my country, including those laws I disagreed with. And more than a few times during my service, I was invited to go smoke marijuana. And who the hell cares about marijuana? I smoked it before. I smoked it after. I certainly don't recommend it. I think it's a terrible drug. But during my oath of office, I never once smoked marijuana. I never once broke the laws of my country because I had sworn an oath to not do that. So long as I was on Her Majesty's paycheck, and we're not talking about some damn job at Google. You know, we're not talking about some damn job where they force you to take a piss test or some garbage like that. I wish I knew how to turn that off. So long as I was on her paycheck, I obeyed her laws. And I did the best damn job I could to be a good fucking soldier. Lord knows I had my imperfections. But my imperfection was never yelling, "Fuck you, Dad." I've got very, very little tolerance for those who collect the uniform's paycheck but disrespect the uniform. I'll be the first to say that we probably fought on the wrong side of World War II. But I still own the flag that my grandfather flew on his Corvette as Chief Petty Officer during that conflict. I've got no time for mouthy anarchists, particularly not those who are still collecting Her Majesty's paycheck and want to criticize what she does, but have nothing useful to say. Honor matters, brothers. Honor matters. And never trust a man who hates his own country. Thanks for listening. Hopefully, this live stream was productive and useful for you. Des Volt. Aurini out.